Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 9 Challenger Cup Group A. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's, and today we are joined by the co-casting squadron, a hearty group of folks here, a good number of them. We have a full desk, and coming in is Xandria, TFH, Sleepy, Triple Nipple, ctrl-flirt-del, and the Lonely Viper on our pre-show. We're going to be tuning into all of their opinions and thoughts about the upcoming matches today. If you are just tuning in, we'll do a quick rundown of what you're going to experience. It is the Challenger Cup. This means that the teams competing in Challenger Cup A are competing to battle out for a rank 8th position in the round robin tournament next weekend. The winner from Group A will face off against the winner from Group B before then, and the decider will be decided. The winner of the Challenger Cup will be that 8th position and be going into the round robin where they can compete against some of the top teams in the world in Onward for a chance at being crowned the best in the world in Onward for Season 9. Now, let's get into everyone's thoughts and feelings about these upcoming matches, and we're going to kick it off with the young Sleepy. Now, Sleepy, we have a ton of teams in this roster. You can see just below here, Blaze, Mayhem, Fireteam Alpha, Wrath. The list goes on. 15 total teams. We're looking at this, Sleepy. Who are you seeing as a major threat?
Well, I'm really hard to choose, NightFiree, and good afternoon and good evening, everybody out there from myself. I'm a little torn today. There's a lot of good teams here in this first group in the Challenger Cup Group A. I would say my top 3 picks are, well, they're right there at the top: Blaze, Mayhem, and Fireteam Alpha. Blaze, a little bit of a shaky season in comparison to some of their last, not quite as consistent as I think they'd like to be. Meanwhile, Mayhem has been picking their consistency up, but still a little shaky on some of the longer maps. I've seen them running out of time a little bit more consistently than some of the other more seasoned teams. But they're working things out, and again, a newer team. But the real Cinderella story here, and I think the team that we're going to want to watch, is Fireteam Alpha. They're really coming up the rankings. They had a really good showing against some top teams there in the late season, and they made their way up to, I believe, 13th as a brand new team this season, I believe. And then, of course, just as a special consideration, I just want to say a big shout out to the team OJC coming over from the Onward Japan community. Really appreciate those folks, joining us here at the VRML. They've been having their own sort of competitive scene going on there in Japan for a while, and it's good to see them joining us here in the worldwide global competitive competition around Onward, that is VRML. So thanks to them as well. But that's who I'm looking at this afternoon, NightFiree, for our top competitors.
Yeah, it is certainly an interesting pool of folks that are get roped in here to these finals. Trip, I also want to get your thoughts on what team you're keeping your eye on in this wild card. Who do you see as a someone that we gotta be watching today?
Well, we all know that Blaze has taken a couple of wild cards, so they're definitely on my list of top contenders. We've also got Mayhem, Fireteam Alpha, and Rome those are like my top 4, I think. I'll be trying to bounce between those matches for sure. But I mean, we've got a huge list of players, a huge list of teams. I think it's going to be a good overall championship. Yeah,
should be a pretty dang exciting couple of matches. And then we'll kind of get the last initial thoughts on some of these teams. Todd, what squad are you looking out to be observing today?
I mean, we obviously can't discount the fact that Rome has won their bracket last season, so definitely they're going to be a team to look out for in my book. Also, I think Mayhem have been having a good showing in their later season. They put up a really good fight against Blaze in the final matchup of the season, so definitely another good team to look out for. And obviously, we can't discount Blaze from this at all. They are just one of those teams that we think about as being on top of their game at 100% of the time, and this will be their time to show.
Yeah, we have to keep our eyes on a couple of different teams, and that's why it's important to mention now that we will be having all 3 Master League channels live for this Challenger Cup. So I encourage you to pull up a multi-stream, get all 3 fired up so that you can always be tuning in and watching the action on these top 6 teams that we've been talking about. But I do want to shine some light on some of these newer squads. Viper, we were talking a little bit offline just about how some of the strategies that come out of this group, out of the Challenger Cup, are so unique and interesting to observe. Out of these squads that are maybe new or coming in here, who are you trying to keep an eye on? What do you think we can expect from these new guys?
Thanks, Nighty. So, first thing I want to say is I want to give some credit to Blaze, because the first time I ever noticed Blaze was in a Challenger Cup, and they did some interesting, different techniques with shields and whatnot. So I'm hoping to see something interesting come out of them this year. Although I wonder if they've spent themselves during the season in the league general. So I'm also curious to see what OJC bring, like you said, and also VRAth have also been doing some very dynamic and interesting things. We saw them do an awesome cap against boss fight on Subway recently. So again, I think they're really a creative team, and I'm very interested to see what they bring to the table. And I think an underdog, which I know we're not expecting much out of, but might bring a little something, is the Mama Whips. I mean, these guys know a lot about the game for one reason or another. I think they could play some really, really funky stuff.
Yeah, it is a bit of a play on words with our most experienced and beloved moderator, Mama Verds. I think all of the players have altered their names accordingly, and so if we do tune in to a match of theirs, it definitely will be unique, to say the least.
Yeah, the squad of misfits, I think we're all looking to... I'm somewhat excited to see on the battlefield, to see if they can put their money where their mouth is.
You know, that's a good point, Blaze. Some teams kind of shine in this Challenger Cup, right? It's an opportunity for them to sort of forego the season that they have had and really come into this tournament focused, dedicated, eyes on the prize. I also want to get a few more perspectives and thoughts. Ctrl-flirt-del, what are you looking forward to today in the Challenger Cup?
Oh, thanks, NightFiree. I am looking for those upsets, actually, because the names that you guys mentioned, yes, they are great, but let's take OJC, for example. They only played 1 game in the league, so they haven't been able to rank, but they have been playing for a really, really long time. And it's interesting that they're playing Fireteam Alpha, because High Voltage actually lives in Japan. He's overseas now, so I think that, there's some friendships there as well, so it should be a good matchup. But I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled out some upsets today, as well as just the randomness of some of the teams that we haven't seen, because it's going to be EU and NA. So yeah, I would love to see some underdogs, coming out of this, but definitely see, Blaze, Mayhem, Rome. They've been here before, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just cleaned up today.
It's exciting to have the EU NA crossplay here in the Challenger Cup, and then obviously throughout the course of these tournaments, because you just get to see a lot of unique strats that maybe some teams aren't used to seeing, right? Because in regular season, these NA squads don't play against these EU teams very often. We have the Button Cup event, and then challenging matches, which do sometimes we get a cross-region challenge match, but it's so rare to see. So kind of get to force the action here is going to be exciting. And then last but not least, certainly not least, Xandria, what are you looking forward to today?
So something I was looking at is we have a team called TRT, the Reservists. And I'm kind of interested to see how they do. As we have the Reservists, they've been filling in for us all season long when our team can't quite make it. And they have the disadvantage of not being familiar with how the team plays, and yet they always come in and do really well. And I'm interested to see how they play as a team.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's a really good point. This reservist squad is certainly going to be a threat. I'm very curious what sort of strats they're gonna bring. I mean, when we talk about reservists, we usually talk about how they struggle with coordination because you don't have the standard long form practice that a lot of these squads do see. Sleepy, what are your thoughts on that reservist team? Do you think they're going to have a shot today in this Challenger Cup?
Well, before I answer your question, let me go actually take a look at the consistency of their roster here. Well, it's not a bad roster. The only problem is, and we've seen this happen in the past with teams who have come together with veteran players who might be kind of off a roster at the moment, but they want to come together for the tournament and prove that it doesn't take a team of people who play 30 and 40 hours a week and rabble rouse and all that stuff. So, we kind of have started to see this happening more and more often in the Onward seasons, but, it is a team of solid players. You've got El Vegas, formerly of Legionnaires, Kev, formerly of Beginners, Mad Scientist, and who you'll have to forgive me, Mad Scientist, I'm blanking on what team you're a former participant of. Smith
Awesome.
DSFC, who's been on
That's
many
right.
teams from Phoenix to Mob Squad to all kinds of different teams. Stray Jack, who's also run the gambit of teams, and then Bullets for Breakfast. So a solid team and definitely possible at doing some damage, but I don't think they're going to be the team coming out on top here today, NightFiree.
I mean, yeah, you look at some of these other squads. I mean, we know for a fact Blaze has been putting in the work this season. Mayhem. I mean, all these teams in the top 5 are squads to really watch out for. And I want to kind of bring my next question over to the EU constituent, Lonely Viper. Do you think we're going to see the sort of tried and true EU slower pace, NA faster pace? Or do you think we're going to get a little shift up with VRAth and Rome out of their rounds today?
First of all, I resent that accusation.
I
European
do
Union
too.
Is all
I
about
do
violence,
too.
speed, and momentum. Okay.
All right.
So yeah, I think you're going to see some of that. Like you guys mentioned, I think you're going to see like the likes of Kev, like a very solid player, formerly of the World Champion Team Beginners. I think you're going to see some really interesting stuff coming out of the TRT, like the likes of Kev coming together with the likes of Mad Scientist from Boss Fight and other players. Like, it's going to be a really interesting dynamic and mix, and I'm really curious to see what goes on there.
Is there?
But yeah, I think you're going to see a wide variance because the EU teams and the US teams don't get to clash a lot. The play styles can be wildly different. The metas in those different time zones are different too. So I think they're going to probably be some of the more interesting matches we see today. I'm not saying they're going to be slow on the EU side. I think it's going to be, both teams are probably going to be cautious of what to expect from each other.
Yeah, that is very true. That's a good point. I think at least in these first 2 rounds, right? Because this is really where you set the pace. You kind of get your tone down. You figure out where you're going to sit amongst these competitors. And, we're going to be trying to pick out just sort of randomly what these the first 2 rounds is going to be preference. And then when it comes down to it, when it gets down to those last 3 to 5 rounds, I mean, that's when things start to matter. And we'll see if TRT can handle pressure. Because, yeah, it certainly have some very good players on that team. And, I've been preaching for a while that you just need 1 good player on your squad and then 4 supporting folks to help boost that player up. I think it is a strategy we see in some teams. Obviously, with TRT, when you have a ton of skilled players, you don't really have to go with that model. You can kind of just let everyone run free. So maybe some chaotic rounds out of that squad. But I don't know. I mean, if you got Kev on there, he should be able to bring some of the beginner strategy, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about beginners is their strategies are carefully practiced and executed. You can't just sort of say, hey, let's do this. You can kind of do it, but you need to, sometimes you got to free roam this stuff for hours. But, I mean, I'm more excited to see, what the likes of Parzival is going to do also on the Mama Whips. Like, Parzival, it's our boy Parzival. What's he going to bring to the table? What's he got going on? Is he playing in his underpants or is he playing for real? Who knows?
There's certainly some questions on some of these lower ranked teams, that is for sure. And I mean, like we've said, Challenger Cup is the time to shine. It's the time to really excel and prove that you're a squad that's worthy of being in the top 8, even though maybe throughout the course of the season you've had some losses that you didn't think you were warranted, or, there's all sorts of a tough week for your squad. So a lot of elements that get factored in here, and it's exciting to see who's going to come out on top. And speaking of, because I do want to give us some time to prep for the upcoming matches, I want to go down the list and get everyone's in-depth analysis of who they think is going to come out on top. We'll start with you, Sleepy. Who are you coming out? I mean, who's your champion for Challenger Cup A?
Oh man.
It's a hard decision, I know.
It is. It really is, especially with how some of these teams have played throughout this season and in the late part of this season. I'm gonna go off the wall here and just choose a team that I have faith in, but I know nothing about other than previous knowledge, and that's OJC. I think the Japanese team is gonna come in here and really show some interesting strategies, and I think it's gonna be stuff that the NA and EU teams aren't quite ready for.
I'd love to get a opinion on someone that's watched enough of their matches, because we just don't know what their playstyle is, and I'm curious.
They're aggressive. They like the aggression.
Are they
but
a
it's
top
very-
team in the Japan community?
It's very coordinated. Well, see, with the Japan community, at least from what I've gathered now, it's obviously very difficult to function very well if you're not fluent in Japanese, because their Discord is in Japanese. Now, they're a great community, very welcoming. They have made, as many accommodations as they can. They've added translation bots so that you can translate, postings when there's announcements made, so that you can follow them on social medias and their Twitters and Twitches and things like that. So I've been in there. Mr. Death has been in there for a while as the community manager of the Onward game. And they're a great group, very welcoming, like I said. And I've been watching their streams in the past. They're very aggressive, but it's so tight and coordinated. And as I've seen some folks mention in the chat, they hand out flashes like candy. And I'm not sure if huge flash play is something we've seen a whole lot of. It's definitely been growing in the NA and EU, but it's not something that I've seen in bulk. So we'll see, but I still have my money on OJC for that.
Okay, let's head on over to our next caster, Triple Nipple. Who do you think's going to be the champion of Challenger Cup A?
Oh man, so much pressure so early in the morning. I think Sleepy has a very good point that OJC is going to be aggressive and do things that no one is ready for. There's no game tape for people to study. They're literally coming out of the blue. So I have high hopes for them, but I gotta give it to. I'm gonna go with Mayhem on this one, mostly because I love them, and our fellow caster Wookie is better than our fellow caster Noman. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. I suppose that's something we didn't really talk much about, is you do have Noman on Blaze, and I can't remember what team is Wookie on. Mayhem, that's right. So yeah, we'll see if we get a caster matchup in this Challenger Cup. That'll definitely be something we'll keep an eye on, because we love to highlight our fellow casters on the deck. I want to bring it down to our next caster on the list, ctrl-flirt-del. Who do you think is going to come out of Challenger Cup A?
I think, this is on the side of NA. I'm gonna be rooting for Mayhem, depending on their lineup. I actually don't know their lineup, but it really depends on their lineup. I think Blaze will play well no matter who's playing, so we'll see after that first one. But I'm gonna go for Mayhem. OJC, very aggressive. I've actually played them and seen their tapes. They go all the way back to even before Global Chem, so they've got a lot of footage of how they play, and you can quickly adjust to them, but they're still really good. And VRAth, probably out of EU, I think will do very well. So Mayhem first. Everybody, can I root for everybody?
No, you're.
I'm wearing the Mayhem shirt.
I see that you found a way to pick two teams. Very intelligent of you. But if you have to pick one, you're going with Mayhem. That's your one choice.
Okay, guys, he's making me do this. Please don't DM me your angers. But yeah, I am wearing my Mayhem shirt right now.
Okay, all right. Clearly, she only cares about the Mayhem team. Viper, who do you?
Oh man.
Viper, who do you think is going to come out on top of this Challenger Cup?
It's a really tough one.
Yeah.
Because I think we're gonna see some upsets. I think we see the likes of the long-standing, long-running teams we've seen all season play well. Blaze, Mayhem, Rome. I think we're gonna be surprised. I think it won't be one of those teams. I think it's gonna be someone like off the wall, like Peacekeepers or maybe even TRT or something. That's where my money is, on the underdogs.
Okay, so you're gonna go for the Cinderella story.
Put me down 50 for Peacekeepers. Give those 18-1 odds.
All right, you heard it here first. Viper throwing down the Peacekeeper bet, if you will. Anyone can take him up on that. Head on over to Todd. Todd, who do you think is going to take away Challenger Cup A?
I'm going to decisively say, can I phone a friend?
Sure, you can phone me, and I'll pick Blaze for you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem. Todd going with Blaze. Now, Xandria, last and certainly not least, the most, if you will. Xandria, who do you think is going to take Challenger Cup A?
I think it could be Fireteam Alpha. They've been coming out with this like coordinated aggression that I think will prevail. I was looking throughout the season. They did play Blaze early on and lost 9-10, so it was a close match. I definitely think Fireteam Alpha is going to be one to watch out for.
I agree with you on that, man. And when we were casting their games towards the end of the last week of the season, they're a squad that I said that you got to watch out for in this Challenger Cup, and I'm sure teams were taking notes. I know these teams have done their homework to some extent so that they can prepare for these their opponents, and I guess it's a little hard to do when you don't know who you're going to go up against, but that's kind of the beauty of it, right? You can't necessarily fully prepare for the squad you're going to go up against. It comes down to how good are your strats versus how good are theirs, how good is your map knowledge versus theirs. It's really a true test of the skill of a team, and whether they can pull it off, it's a lot of pressure, right? I mean, you talk about just trying to stay mentally focused on each and every game. Sometimes if you win your game very quick, you could have a 20-30 minute break between that before you go to your next map. There's a lot of mental fortitude challenges that go on here in these Challenger Cups because they do last a good bit. If you are just tuning in, the Challenger Cup format is 5 rounds with 15 total teams. The team with the best record at the end of the 5 rounds is our Challenger Cup A winner. We do the same thing tomorrow, so make sure to tune in here, same time, for the pre-show of Group B, and we'll see who comes out there. And again, another 15 teams. It is the most teams we've had register for a Challenger Cup in the history of the VR Master League, and this has been the best season of Onward we've had. So I am so excited to dive into these Challenger Cup rounds. I want to give our hosts a little time to prepare for the action that's going to unfold in front of you. What I can tell you is where the first rounds of games will be. Here on Master League 1, we are going to have OJC Fireteam Alpha. So we're kind of diving into a couple of choice teams there, and we'll see how OJC squares off against a pretty skilled Fireteam Alpha squad. Trip, you will be casting on Master League 2. What game are you going to pick up for round 1?
We're going to pick up Blaze versus Lords of War.
Okay, excellent. So Blaze versus Lords of War will be over on Master League 2. And then Todd, you'll be hosting on Master League 3. What game are you going to kick it off with?
We're going to go a little EU in the whole mix here. We got Phantoms versus Insurgents.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, we'll see how the Phantom squad shakes up. And like I said, if you want to be sure to tune into all of the streams, make sure to have that multi-stream up. It'll be linked to you in chat, I'm sure, by some of our casters or mods. So we do appreciate you guys going in and watching all of the streams. They're not live quite yet, but they should be going up right as we cut out of this pre-show, which is now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the Challenger Cup, a pre-show. We hope you enjoyed our brief bit of analysis, and we hope you enjoy the games today. A quick shout out to all of the casters on the desks today. Xandria, TFH, myself, Sleepy, Trip, ctrl-flirt-del, and Lonely Viper, as well as RadarHead, who will be joining us in a little bit, but he's not here for the desk. And that's A-okay, because we love him just the same. With that, we will be taking a brief intermission before we dive right into this Challenger Cup A. Don't go anywhere. The big-time VR Master League action is about to begin. Yeah. Tell them to not start without us. Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I will be your host alongside Sleepy with 2 3's and ctrl-flirt-del. How are we all today? Sleepy, start off with you.
I'm doing well, NightFiree. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Control, for joining us here at the start of today's Onward Challenger Cup group. I mean, excitement all around, seriously.
Yeah, Viv, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling good, Alex. How are you?
I know, I slipped up there.
No, it's okay. I'm kidding. I'm teasing you guys. No, I'm happy to be here. Happy that, the casting crew's either all casting or playing. It's been a great season. So, thanks for having me join you guys this season. I'm looking forward to this one. Aqua Fighter is, we used to play together. So, rooting for her. And actually just Fire Team Alpha, like Snakebite and Lionheart, they're like really good friends. Esco, High Voltage, such a soft spot for them. And I've played with OJC quite often in lobbies,
really?
And yeah, because of the odd times that you may go in there.
Sure.
But like, so I know some of these players, like Onyx is, I believe, Onyx, CK, of course, everyone knows CK, but Shinzu, like some of them are very, very specifically aggressive, and I think we'll see immediately, and they don't stop. Like, they would be the same person being aggressive each time, with one person, I think, sniping. I think it's Onyx that snipes, if I recall. I can't remember which one, but yeah, it's a good lineup, so I'm excited to see. I don't know if these two have played together as in the scrim or anything,
right.
But yeah, it should be super fun.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are just tuning in, we are going to be having Fire Team Alpha versus OJC here on Master League 1, and we have our other 2 channels live right now. So all you have to do is hit that multi-stream, which will be linked in the Twitch chat, and you can be watching all 3 matchups live right now. On the active roster for Fire Team Alpha, we do have Dr. Aquafighter, Esco27, Snakebite, Lionheart, and High Voltage. And over on OJC, we have Pawn, Shinzu, Onyx, Black Whistle, and CK. Excited to see how these guys square off. And, it's on a pretty long-range map, so to Vivian's point, the sniping is going to come into effect here. And it's going to come down to who can land those long-range shots early if each team is ready for early picks. There's so many what ifs here with Downfall, which is our first map today. And if you are curious on the format, basically the way this works is each team plays 5 rounds. We have the map list already set. I believe it is, let's see the order: Downfall, Cargo, Quarantine, Suburbia, and Bazaar, in that order. So when it comes down to the deciding moments of who will be the champion of Challenger Cup A, we'll be squaring off on some close-range maps like Suburbia and Bazaar. So right now is the time to break out the long-range sniping, get those long-range picks, because not going to be an option when it comes time for the later rounds. Between what we got today, Fire Team Alpha and OJC, who do you think is going to take this round 1, Sleepy? I'll start with you.
Well, I made my predictions in the pre-show that I was going to go with OJC, so I'm going to stick with them here. I think they're going to be the team to do it, the Onward Japan community. Let's go.
Okay, ctrl-flirt-del, who do you think is going to come out on top?
Why do you do this to me? It's
because you're a caster. What do you mean?
Has nothing to do with any friendships or anything. These 2 teams are just so, I think, kind of equally matched in the way that they play. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna give the edge to OJC. I think. Yeah, I think that's what we said in the pregame. But just because I don't know that people looked up their tapes or plays. Who knows?
Right.
Again, High Voltage is from Japan, or he's in Japan, living in Japan. So I know he's encouraged them a lot to play. So maybe they Fire Team Alpha. Yeah,
No. No. OJC is what you have picked. Jeez Louise. If you don't want to pick, then don't. You know what? Anyway, I will pick Fire Team Alpha. I believe that they will take this one. Although OJC is the unknown element here, I don't anticipate this Fire Team Alpha squad to just throw out all the strats and hard work that they've been putting in throughout the course of this season. They're definitely going to come in strong today, I would imagine, and pretty focused. I mean, all of these squads are competing for a position to, you know, that ranked 8th spot. They're competing to be in the round robin. If they don't, it's the end of their season. If you lose here today, your season's over with, and you're stuck watching what could have been, you know, watching the Challenger Cup winners go up against each other and then square off in the round robin. It becomes tough sometimes when your team doesn't win. So a lot on the line for a lot of teams' seasons here, and it's exciting times. Like Viper said, there's a lot of unique strats that tend to come out during Challenger Cup because, like I've said, the team's life is on the line. I think we're getting ready to hop into our first round of our first map. We do have both squads in lobby. Should be diving in shortly. On Downfall, should be interesting. I'm curious how Fire Team Alpha... there's so many questions. There's so many questions right now. I just don't know who is going to take this. I don't know how OJC is going to perform today.
You're a caster. You should know.
I don't know people I haven't cast, Viv. OJC, they played one game in regular league in regular season, and they won. But you know, I don't know if that's the indicator that they can take out a squad that's up there in the... what is their worldwide ranking? I think they were 10th.
Yeah, and these are seasoned players too. Esco, High Voltage, and Aqua coming out of season 7. Rookie Boot Camp, Lionheart, you know, reservist extraordinaire, and Snakebite, Captain Fury. So definitely top players.
It is a strong roster, and we'll see how they square off against the unknown element. OJC versus Fire Team Alpha begins right now.
Yep, 5 seconds left until the spawn box is lifted. OJC will be on the defense. Fire Team Alpha on the offense. So we'll see the defense. Have they been paying attention? Do they check the tapes from our league, as some of us have checked from their previous experience? A lot of early pre-fire coming out from Fire Team Alpha on the hillside, but OJC seems to be able to get their players into those offensive positions. And you've got Shinsu making his way up here to, I believe this is the south or north bungalow, and gets a great forward position in order to deal with Fire Team Alpha.
Yeah, they are throwing a little aggression in early. You also saw... I believe it was Black Whistle move his way down into a pretty forward position in the bottom of Crater there, and I don't think he was spotted, but I don't know if his position will ultimately matter much, right? Because it does look like most of this team is rotating over to the south.
Yeah, they are definitely taking the route to the south there, at least the primary force there. You can see they've kind of taken a 3-2 split, but now it looks like it's branching off into a 2-2-1 split, as one of their players decides he's going to go way up on the backside. Looks like Lionheart going to be the one to take up that elevated sniping position.
Yeah,
but
he's been working on that sniping, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's his role here.
He is rocking that ACOG, that 4X, so we should be seeing...
Ooh. A spot there. High Voltage identifying that early bungalow position, taking some shots through the window. He's not sure if he's confirmed that kill, and we'll see how long he plays possum inside that building. Might be able to find a pick as a smoke does go out over on his side as well. High Voltage and Aqua making their way down the ravine, while the rest push up through the middle. Snakebite going to be the one that's probably going to find engagement first here on round 1.
Yeah, he'll be approaching that north bungalow where Shinsu was able to approach. Ooh! And a frag goes out the door. A little scrubbed, unfortunately, as it hits the doorway on the way out. The team from the south, as you can see, now suppressing him with fire there to keep him out of the windows. And Snakebite's going to go for the rush. He's able to find Shinsu. Fire Team Alpha take the advantage with the one man down.
The quick peek around the corner does kick off A nice start to the round for Fireteam Alpha. They now have a little 5v4 advantage. We'll see if there's any shifting of positioning out of the OJC squad, and it looks like they're staying locked in here. Pawn up in the 2-story. Onyx looking for anyone over here on the south side. He does have eyes peeled, but still, Fireteam Alpha is being a little patient there. They've sent one way up on the hill. You can only really see him once you toggle into the overhead. He's way back there with a sniper overwatch, while the rest of his squad does slowly move in. It looks like they're going to position for a multi-pronged attack onto the objective. They're not just going to rely on a south street push or a north heavy push. They're trying to sync up here. This is what I expect out of the Fireteam Alpha squad. Coordinated strategies.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they've been showing as their strong suit all this season. I mean, all of their play that I've seen, any of the scrims that I've had against them, it's all seems very coordinated, very planned. Very little seems to be chaotic, unless it's something towards the last few seconds of a round and things are just, you know, breaking down. They're a very composed team. I give them credit for that.
Aqua and Voltage discussing where they want to maneuver here, and it does look like Voltage is just going to go for a hard cross. No smokes coming out on this south street. They're not worried about that 2-story position, and this is looking like the Fireteam Alpha push, and still no utility. I gotta wonder if the smokes are going to come out once they get closer or not.
Yeah, maybe it's about controlling the placement of the smokes, and they want to be a little bit closer to be able to ensure the placement is, you know, say on a level piece of ground versus it possibly landing on a hill and rolling away and not giving you any sort of benefit whatsoever. But ooh, we're gonna see a little bit of a trade here. Pawn and High Voltage will trade out. Voltage gets the headshot, so Pawn will be completely downed. But Dr. Aquafighter will be going for Voltage.
Oh.
Onyx will go ahead and take
Wow.
that opportunity away, though, at the last possible second. If he had just waited just a split second more, he might have been able to find both of them. But no, he'll go and find both with Snakebite instead. As Snakebite tries to push the south side, or the west side of the center hotel.
Don't see a lot of use out of this AR he's got on either, but he's throwing a little variety into our weapon choice here, and he's found 2 quick picks over on the south side. It's essentially shut down the Fireteam Alpha initial push, and now they only have a minute left to work with. Aqua's in 3-story, Lionheart's way in the backside, and they're really waiting for Esco to rotate around. A long rotation. Shots are coming out towards objective. He's throwing down the suppressive fire, and I do think that this is the right move, but he needs the rest of his team to move up with him. 45 seconds isn't a lot of time to work with on downfall.
Yeah, and that's what we've been seeing a lot of with those down south snipers. Onyx going to be able to pick up Lionheart as he rushes the west street. Now Dr. Aquafighter's a little bit nervous inside Center Hotel, but that's exactly what we're seeing a lot of this season. A lot of people going up on that south hill, but they're oftentimes very out of coordination with the rest of their team and often having to sprint through the open to get to objective. Smoke now coming off of Dr. Aquafighter if she's peeking to look away from Center Hotel, but Onyx has got his eyes dead set. They're going to get into a firefight. No exchange to be made. Onyx rearing up, tossing a frag. It's going to be too far. And Aqua and Onyx will trade, but OJC with 2 left up will grab their first point on map 1.
Good way for this OJ squad to kick it off. Viv, what are your thoughts on our first round of the Challenger Cup?
Oh yeah, well I did say OGC was gonna come on top this one, right? No, I think this is exactly what I was expecting. The aggression coming out, and definitely you saw the coordination on Fireteam Alpha as well. It could have been, you know, they're pushed to get into position for that last minute, going for that cap. I mean, Esco didn't make it there, and just partly not knowing where OGC usually situates themselves, as most teams do tend to go to the same place. Having those like picks from the early spots as well probably gave that, you know, security of like, okay, keep pushing, and then not clearing those last corners kind of cost them. But overall, you know, they could have capped too.
Yeah, and I mean, the position that Onyx took up there isn't really new or unique one. Typically, you do invest 1 or 2 players over on that wall side to watch out for the south, and he managed to pick up 3 pretty exposed Fireteam Alpha players. So, yeah, it could be a bit of overconfidence coming in after that first pick. Not sure really what the key element was there. Definitely the key element for OJC was Onyx. 4 kills on that first round. Black Whistle scooping up 1 towards the end there, and a pretty good start for this OJC squad.
It's an honor to be killed by Onyx.
Yeah, no, very solid. Good defense. Their aggressive defender. He barely made it to his position, to be honest, in that northern bungalow when they got out of spawn. Not to say it wasn't worth doing, but unfortunately he wasn't able to capitalize on anything in that position. So the position did unfortunately go a little bit to waste. But overall, it was a solid defense, and they got the round. So far, looking like a solid team, and I'm happy with my choice today.
Yeah, and I'm sure Fireteam Alpha getting a bit of a wake-up call after losing that first round. We'll see if they can also pull off a similar defensive strat. Lionheart already looking for some early shots onto a pretty eager OJC squad as they do get up into some early shooting positions. Pawn looking for some angles. Shinzu looking for some angles as he picks out some shots down range, and a couple of near misses as both squads come out unscathed.
This will be what will be interesting to watch, right, NightFire? It's like, you know, defenses vary, but not typically a whole lot, right? But it's the attacks. That's where you really see kind of the soul, the heart and soul of a team, right? Because that's when they have to use everything they know and all their plans and all their coordination to be able to get there and ultimately get the uplink. Now, not every team plays for a cap every objective. I don't know why, because that's what you do. You go for cap every time. You know, this is where you kind of see what a team is made of on the attacks, and especially on downfall, because it's such a limits test with all the openness of the map. There's very little cover. I mean, you have to work together. You have to be ready to cover one another. And I can see here from Shinzu that, you know, the OJC squad is using, you know, good utility sharing. He's got his drum mag. I don't know how many of the other teammates do, but, you know, a smart fire team runs 2 L85s. They can feed the whole squad with drums.
Yeah, and you know, we're seeing an interesting strategy from this OJC squad. They position themselves very early, and they haven't moved since. It's kind of a beginner's-esque style of attack where they may be waiting for the time limit to kind of tick down a bit so that the pressure gets applied to the defensive team as well when they do make their push. But you do have some early moves coming in from Prawn as he works his way off of Red Car up into that 2-story. Pawn maybe looking for some shots through the window on the Lionheart. Lionheart's got to be careful here. The angle is right there. As soon as he peeks up, he's going to be in trouble.
Well, you definitely can tell that they're doing a very beginners-esque type play style in that they're positioning and waiting for the remainder of their team. They're covering their team while they move because, you know, CK is down here in the south, just exiting from the hillsides, and, you know, now he's essentially more in position than he was, and the team can start now. As I say that, you can see the smoke starting to roll out on the other side of the map. Looks like he's going for it. Yeah.
An aggressive move from Pawn. You know, we've seen that strategy on Downfall more, though, right? Where they try and just slip one into the attack.
Yeah, and I mean, with the right smoke, it can be done. It's not to say that it couldn't have happened, but very bold move there from the side of OJC on the attack.
High Voltage is getting risky up here on the rooftop trying to take some shots, and now he's going to feel the wrath. Shinzu with a long-range angle does pick him up from that far north building, but now High Voltage is down here and essentially a recon beacon. When you get down, you don't go all the way down. You can get rezzed, and you can also radio to your team. So Voltage can see pretty clearly up over this edge. You can see all the pushes coming in. You can see these rotations coming out, and you can call it all out to his team. Call out there on Shinzu. Lionheart picks him up, and like I said, that beacon up top is really paying off. OJC slowly losing their attackers. Esco finds one in a trade, and if there's a res available, Onyx can get picked up if Black Whistle can somehow manage to get himself over there. I suppose there's not really a ton of eyes on this angle, so he might be able to get out here and get the res.
Ooh, and a risky res. But he gets it anyway. Snakebite and Esco escape with their lives, but definitely feeling the pressure there as Black Whistle? Is that what that says? Yeah, Black Whistle. Take some suppressive shots into their position.
Got to shift our attention to CK on the south. He does find Esco. He's going to be going upstairs, trying to probably confirm Volsage, who is giving out all of these comms, and finally deny this from continuing. And you do see him get up these stairs. He sees the down body, picks it up, and now OJC into a 2v3 with one res available. But that's not going to happen. Lionheart denies Black Whistle as he rotates out, and now it all does come down to CK in a 1v3.
Well, positioning-wise, he takes out Snakebite there. Happens to catch Lionheart on a defensive rotation towards the basement coverage. You know, it could work out for him, but he seems completely oblivious. No, he is looking that way, but Snakebite is definitely going to hear that.
Oh,
CK has no idea Snakebite is there.
yeah, Snakebite stayed pretty tucked in on that wall for that entirety of the push and finds the final kill. Fireteam Alpha with a equally impressive defensive round, tied up 1-1. Viv, what are your thoughts?
Well, like I said, Fireteam Alpha was totally gonna come out on top there on that one. They had really good, strong defense positions. I think it's interesting because Aqua took the same one that OJC had taken before, and stopped that cap from Esco. But yeah, I think they just held strong. They didn't peek. They didn't do any aggressive moves or anything. So I think it worked out perfectly in that defense.
So would you say you think Fireteam Alpha is playing it safe then and not trying to give up any unnecessary points on defense today?
I don't see why they wouldn't to start with this team. We know that OJC that is aggressive, and I'm guessing that they do know some things about them. So you can kind of let them come to you if you know that. So I think that it would be smart for them to play it safe, especially on these objectives that are capable from multiple angles, from the inside and the outside. So yeah, I don't see any reason why they would have to be aggressive on that OBJ.
Fair point.
We are going to get a shift in our objective, as does happen every 2 rounds. So we'll see where we go to for our next objective, and it looks like we're not actually going to move a whole lot, but it does shift the defensive strategies up quite a bit. So we'll see how OJC positions as we hop into round number 3 of map number 1 in Challenger Cup.
Yeah, first thing I'm going to notice here right off the bat is they're not looking to position anybody right now in the brothel building, as we would normally see for this objective in the NA and EU sides. A very common position to watch for that very sneaky opening that can be made.
Shinzu getting aggressive, and one thing I've noticed, OJC likes to get some early positioning out of their defense. Shinju's charged up here, but look at how fast Fireteam Alpha is also spreading out on the south. They're not really wasting any time on their moves. They're actually sending out Suppressifier to get up here quicker.
Very interesting stuff from both sides. Very interesting positioning for defense from this OJC squad, and then very interesting attack strategy with the early Suppressifier from Fireteam Alpha.
To Control's point, it does seem like they are aware of the aggression out of OJC, at the very least, putting out a lot of that Suppressifier and trying to apply their own aggression here. High Voltage and Dr. Aqua already up onto this 2-story, already in position to sort of put some fire down onto objective. But let's take a look at the overhead. Are they going to be ready for this spread out OJC defense?
I'm not sure they will be, but I'm just wondering if OJC have the angles and can rotate those positions effectively enough to cover the positions that they need to if this multi-pronged Fireteam Alpha attack strikes not at 45 seconds, but at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And it seems like, yeah, Lionheart and maybe Voltage putting down some suppressive fire. Voltage finding Pawn there. I keep wanting to call him Pone for some reason. Maybe it's because of Pone Cake. Years of training me in casting to say his name.
Snakebite sprinting around up here. Shinzu has his eyes dialed in, does find the peak, and that early positioning does get them their early lead, although they did lose one. I don't even know when that happened. Did you see that kill come out of Fireteam Alpha?
Well, I saw the voltage kill because I pressed the
Okay.
snap do.
Oh, there was voltage
and
over
just
there.
happened
Okay.
to catch it. Yeah, it was voltage who caught it.
It might be voltage who catches it again as he gets ever closer to CK, tucked in that dumpster offset building, and you know,
As long as CK keeps his cool,
Yeah.
though, and doesn't make any noise, doesn't give any excessive radio callouts, he may find two, depending on how Aqua and Voltage push it. But it actually looks like they might prep to go around the other side of the building and not go west, maybe go east around instead. In which case, CK could maybe get them in their back if he's patient enough. Yeah, it's going to all come down to patience here.
This is all information for CK2. Granted, you can't radio any of it in
Yeah.
to his squad, but it does look like he's clicking on his shoulder there. So at the very least, this OJC team does have the intricacies of the clicks down, and you do see eyes trained in here.
Yeah, you can see. Oh my goodness, what did he use? Morse code to just communicate the location of these two? Because now Shinsu is aimed in on this corner. He can definitely see this. His laser was trained. Well, his casting laser, I should say, is trained towards that corner. But the problem is he's got Esco coming over the hill. So as soon as he fires out from that position, Esco's going to come down on him like a stack of bullets.
Does look like, well, I was thinking Voltage might rotate around, find another angle onto CK, but not quite ready for it yet. There's Shinzu finding one. Now he sees the smoke come out towards his position, and this is, again, information for Fireteam Alpha to work with, so they do still know that Shinzu's somewhere over here, but they don't have eyes in. CK finds the back of High Voltage, and the crossfire is underway. Aqua's charging in, and he picks up one. Can he find Shinzu?
Yeah, Shinzu gave up on it just a little too quick. He had to reload his weapon, and unfortunately, that's right when Dr. Aquafighter made her way in. She did get the pick, as NightFiree said, but man, I thought Esco was going to come down on Shinzu, but Shinzu turned and burned Esco, and then just piled on top of Voltage there. Or no, not Voltage, Esco, as he pushed out with Aqua. Unfortunately, again, they did not catch Aqua as well, and she gets in for the trade on the CK.
They still don't seem to know where Shinzu is. They're having a little trouble identifying this. I haven't seen Aqua dial in over Shinzu quite yet.
She's trying to find an angle, but I don't think she has one from that position because of that wall.
Looks like APC's also denying a little vision. Lionheart's come over here to join up with his teammate, and we'll see if these two can work their way out here. Black Whistle does have eyes trained in on south and actually scoops up Aqua with a really tight angle.
Insane. The call out came from Shinsu. I heard him go onto the radio, and the one part that I understood was smoke. and right after that is when Onyx took that, or Black Whistle took that shot and killed that member of Fireteam Alpha. That is insane coordination. And here come the shots now from Shinsu onto Lionheart. And OJC, with its unorthodox but effective positions, takes their second defensive round here on Downfall.
I really like seeing this out of the OJC squad. Control, what are your thoughts on that last round?
I mean, like I said, I think it looks like it's going to be these strong Volk rounds. I think that CK really did the damage on that one. They did not expect that from Voltage and Aqua pushing out, and just like Sleepy said, that was that timing that, you know, saved Aqua. She had a great refrag going in there. I'm not sure if she knew where Shinzu was exactly, but that was a good push on them had they known to check that room, which is sometimes held by players from the aggressive teams who will push out away from the OBJ. So yeah, I'm wanting to see a Marsoc win though on this map. Otherwise, yeah, like I said, they are evenly matched. I think OJC with the radio clicks, definitely a thing. Like, you're gonna go here, when you hear them, click this amount, and then stop, and then again tell me so they know how many. So he should have known there was 2, and then wait for them to come out so he wouldn't have to fire. CK wouldn't have to fire. My understanding.
Yeah, definitely OJC demonstrating that they are a team that is experienced in the ways of competitive Onward, and they're looking really strong on their defensive rounds. Now we get to see them on offense again for round 4. Curious to see what sort of strategies they break out. A quick reporting, as you can see in the bottom of your screen there, Mayhem taking their first round, and Rome defeating Mama Whips 5. So a cap coming in at the end there to get them an extra point on the board, but we still have our game right here firing away. OJC versus Fireteam Alpha. Fireteam Alpha going on the defensive.
And my goodness, ooh, seems like
no.
a little trouble there. Might be a drop
It's okay.
from Fireteam. Nope, we're okay. He's fine. And Voltage picks up an early round kill.
Yeah, it'll be
OJC.
it'll be one dropping for OJC as High Voltage does get that early kill. We'll see if Snakebite and his aggression does pay off, and we're seeing a little bit of a reaction from Fireteam Alpha. They're trying to sort of apply the same sort of medicine to the OJC offense as OJC does when they're on defense, and we'll see if Snakebite's early positioning does pay off here, but that'll come with time. I'll have to wait for Pawn to push up from red car before Snakebite really sees the action. Take a look at the overhead. We do see a similar move here, a similar push coming in from OJC. It does look like they're going to try and position 2 in the center and send 1 north-south.
Yeah, I wonder how much, if any, the OJC plan has changed with that loss of Shinsu early on, because he had some good looks from that angle that he could kind of help cover his guys and gals. Sorry, I don't know the official roster,
sure,
if it's an all-male or a male-female squad, but you know, he would have had good overlook positions onto them, and even possibly been able to help deal with Snakebite later on had he not been clipped so early. So it's hard to say what they're doing. They could be trying to adjust. I mean, seeing how this team has operated thus far, it wouldn't surprise me if they had 3 contingency plans depending on who gets early round picked.
Right.
But, you know, so far we've seen pretty equally matched teams, so I kind of feel like we're going to continue trading defensive rounds here. I haven't seen any spectacular play come out of any offensive sides. It's been more kind of miraculous recoveries by defense in the late round.
We are seeing some early aggression out of this Fireteam Alpha defense. Esco here positioned on the south, waiting for a south hilltop peak to come in so he can scoop up that
Pawn's
pick.
about to peek here on Snakebite. Ooh, and does not see them. Snakebite gets the kill. And that is really going to kind of crush that north side of that OJC approach NightFire. I mean, you've got Black Whistle kind of looking down at the windows, looking everywhere they can at the building now, but it's effectively not really much they can do from up there. They're going to have to reposition to get a better angle, and Snakebite's tucked into that corner anyways. It's going to be very tough to get to him.
Does look like Black Whistle's opting to rotate around to that north rooftop, taking their time as they work their way up. We'll see how that works out in time. In the meanwhile, we do have a little push coming in on the south side. It does look like somehow CK's managed to get past the initial firing line of Esco, but not for much longer. Esco does scoop up 1 in the south. We still have Onyx in the center, and Snakebite holding this downstairs angle. He's looking for the shots onto Black Whistle there.
Yeah, just Fireteam Alpha had the recipe for this one. They've pretty much shut this down. They now know that Black Whistle is North Hotel. There's no denying it. There will be multiple weapons trained his direction now. So long as Fireteam Alpha's kill count is accurate, as soon as Onyx makes a move and reveals his position or their position to, you know, the rest of the team, I'm sure we won't see it too much longer as we approach the 2-minute mark. A lot of distance to still be covered. Maybe Onyx gets a sneak cap, but I think Snakebite might start hearing some of this sprint movement from Onyx.
Can he react off of it, though? He does have to worry about that rooftop position, although there's other lasers dialed into Black Whistle up there, and he does seem to continue to apply the pressure there. It looks like he's going to want to rotate out, and that's going to be a risky maneuver.
Onyx is a little sneaky snake here, making his way through the map.
Actually,
Yeah, he's got a good route here. Unfortunately, he's lost his only remaining teammate, so anyone spots him and it's going to be all eyes on him. He does check his tablet. He's aware of the loss. And now he hears the call out from Snakebite, and he's wary. But not a great place to be out in the open like that, having to defend from a back attack. And Snakebite, I think, oh, someone just scanned over Onyx's body.
Yeah, Dr. Aqua has an angle up there from that brothel building that we were talking about earlier. Snakebite does ID Onyx, but he picks that up on prone and is able to rotate around before shots come in from Aqua. So one goes down. High Voltage also rotating over here to try and find an angle onto Onyx. It might be his death if he's not careful, and it is. Onyx able to get two. Can he keep the momentum going? Objectives open.
Uh-oh. This is... Oh, I wouldn't have chose this direction to go for this, but and unfortunately he will pay for it.
Wow.
Lionheart manages to stop Onyx on the push on an almost sneak cap clutch play from OJC. But Fireteam Alpha will take the round and tie things up here on downfall 2-2.
Control, your thoughts?
Well, I think that Fireteam Alpha, it was interesting with their aggressive positionings, but again, no aggression as far as flanking or moving out to push anybody or challenge them. They had decent callouts, but honestly, when it became that 1v5, Fireteam Alpha could have been in trouble there with Onyx. I really, really think that that was luck of the rotation on Lionheart's part, because Onyx already had eyes on Esco. So if Lionheart hadn't made that east rotation, he could have capped. Everyone else was a little too far off of OBJ, so that was dangerous. I definitely know like Snakebite likes that position, is able to give him some picks, but Onyx's approach was a little unorthodox with that. That's going prone right in that location for this OBJ was, well, you know, was an interesting choice. So honestly, good play, great. It was a great defense. They won. Dangerous, very, very dangerous on that one. I think they got lucky.
No kidding. And we saw the heavy rotations coming in there at the end, but like Sleepy said, if Onyx had managed to thread the needle there, gone into inside one of those buildings, can't shoot through those walls, and so he would have had at least a couple of seconds to enter in a code, but it doesn't shake out that way. Fireteam Alpha does come out ahead, and I'm curious here, did Fireteam Alpha picked Marsoc?
I'd have to go back and reread the rules exactly, but I do believe the home team would get to choose sides because the maps are already selected.
Early pre-fire coming down on the Black Whistle, and Onyx, they're able to make it out unscathed, and we're getting a bit of trade of suppressive fire here. Esco just dumping rounds downrange.
Shinzu does manage to spot Lionheart a bit on a push, but doesn't manage to connect the dots. Could have possibly given his position, but not 100% sure on that. Lionheart gonna come back and try and look the corner and see. No, it looks like maybe just peeking through windows.
I think there might be a kill that Shinzu thinks he's scooped up but hasn't actually secured. Now he does see that little peek out of the corner of his eyes and tucks himself in just a little bit. Sniper shots coming in from that OJC backline, and Fireteam Alpha slowly positioning for a south push.
Well, it seems like they want to stage maybe in the center hotel, which isn't a bad idea. It's a pretty common practice, but I think it is more effective to try and reclaim the east in some way and come down off that hill if you can, because not only can you find the elevation advantage a bit, but you can also tend to get behind some of the defenders and find those shots on their backs when they're not expecting it, or even find the shots on that guy who's sitting on the objective in that room, who's now got even more coverage because they've added obstacles in that room that didn't used to be there. It used to be an empty room. He just stood in there and hoped not to get shot from up on the hill. Now you can actually hide behind stuff in there. Lionheart and Voltage tossing out some smoke here in the center of the map. Going towards the south bungalow. No real exposure here except for maybe Shinzu, and Shinzu's gonna find the kill onto Lionheart and pick up that kill that he thought he got earlier. Voltage runs into the front side of the building. Now he's gonna try and peek through the windows, maybe try and find Shinzu.
Snakebite in a nice position, bottom floor, 3-story, as well as Dr. Aqua inside here. So they've taken control of this building, but not for much longer, as Onyx does find one, looks for the shots there, and we're into a bit of a trade right over objective.
Yeah, this is a very solid defense so far from OJC. They've been really closing stuff down early. They've got Fireteam Alpha held up. Esco's going to have to rotate around now in the far east to try and find some help against Shinzu and break into the south.
So OJC squad's great at tucking in when they need to. Finds Esco down there, and
just as I got my camera to him too. Jeez.
Shinzu is still peeking out of this window, applying pressure onto High Voltage, who's looking for these shots onto Shinzu, and they're now down to a 2v5. OJC answering back in kind on their defensive round and really shutting down Fireteam Alpha.
Wow, and Onyx picking up another one on the Snakebite.
Shinzu still applying pressure on the High Voltage here, who can't get the angle he needs. Does find the headshot, finally. Shinzu down. That was a hard-fought kill for High Voltage.
I doubt he's going to make it out that door, though. Yeah. And with that, Onyx finds, I think, his 3rd kill on the map, if not his 4th, and takes the round for OJC. And again, we trade another defensive round as it goes 3-2 on this first.
Onyx getting 9 kills on this map. He is, well, he's Onyx. That was that 2-1-2 split. You could definitely see Esco is always running support for them in the middle there. And I think unfortunately he was down in a position that didn't give him any good intel for High Voltage. So, all the way down in the what I call the roam drone crater. And so I think that push was, I could see what they were trying to do with that 2-1-2, and for a minute I thought that the ones on the west could have made it through unseen after they picked off, I think it was Shinsu. But yeah, I mean, you had, what was it, Pawn up top doing the sniping, yeah, thank you. So like I said, like, they do have that sniping position, and you'll often see, or I've seen, they do play a little bit off of objective. So to me, it feels like they know the maps well enough to do things like that on OJC. But again, definitely want to see a Marsoc round out of it, because on defense they're playing good. They're good shooters, tight defense. If they could get a coordination on Marsoc, that would be quite impressive.
This OJC team is looking really good. They have solid defensive rounds. They have solid teamwork, solid coordination, and they are working Fireteam Alpha to the core right now. Fireteam Alpha is putting out a top tier effort to win these rounds against OJC, and I mean, to have 5 left alive against Fireteam Alpha, that's incredibly impressive. We'll see if Fireteam Alpha can again answer back in kind as we hop into round number 6 of map number 1. If you are just tuning in, we do appreciate you guys hanging out in the Challenger Cup. I know we've had a couple of games finish already on the other channels, and I'm sure you're all eagerly awaiting what's going to happen for our second round of the Challenger Cup, but we still got this map here to get played out, and OJC is threatening to take map 1.
They sure are, but this early spawn call out from Snakebite, excuse me while I get the hiccups right at the worst time. He's going to put some pressure on the OJC squad early on. Esco's going to be going for the early peek as well, but the lasers trained on him just as much as he's training lasers. The firefight happens. Pawn comes out on top as Snakebite goes down. He's completely out. Now the question is, will Esco continue to defend from the hill, or will he fall back and try and defend closer to home? OJC pressing that east side quick and fast. You can see their squad movement pretty perfect. I mean, you got one guy moving up from the back to cover the mid guy's position. You've got now mid pulling front. This is pretty impressive stuff here. Esco's going to find Pond, however, on a pretty aggressive push into the ravine opening. Lionheart going to take the hillside peak now. Will Black Whistle see it in time? He's not looking in that direction. He's looking for the exit. Looks like CK might have been spotted over there by the wall. Lionheart going to rotate back off the ridge.
Esco dropping deeper into the ridge, trying to find an angle on that wall piece. But yeah, nobody is aware of Black Whistle inside that two-story. He has some dangerous angles there if Esco peeks up over the hill.
He definitely saw him. I'm sure he's just called it in. Great push so far in the east. Gonna check on the west here. Not too much going on. It looks like maybe they're stagnant in position, waiting for their teammates there in the east to get a little bit more control or get into the south. Maybe try to get up on that mountainside and look back down into the objective. But currently, the action's all over here in the southeast as Lionheart and Esco fight to defend what could be the last round. If OJC can pull this round out on Marsoc, it closes things out and they'll take it 4-2. But with the history of this match so far, defenses have been strong on both sides. Even with strong offensive pushes, they just get shut down in the late game. So we'll see, but 3 minutes, 30 seconds left.
CK using that tree, that palm tree, has a little bit of cover. Esco does peek up over. CK spots it up, puts down some fire. Black Whistle also super exposed on that rotation, does get into the two-story. And now he's got a bit better angle down onto Esco if he peeks up too much. I don't think Esco saw Black Whistle rotating there either, and he somehow managed to go undetected right now. Esco so involved in finding CK.
Crazy game of cat and mouse here going on right now. You just see the lasers scanning over the ridge line, just looking for each other. They know that people are there. They know for a fact that somebody is in this vicinity, but they just do not know exactly where.
Such confident aggression from OJC. CK just crawling in the open.
Yeah, he is exposed. He might be better off to come over the ridge line and down onto Esco, because I think, you know, the Volk team is going to consider him coming in through the very opening, and there he does. He comes over the ridge line and finds Esco. Now he's going to duck back down just a little bit. If he just had a little bit more cover from Black Whistle, this could be a perfect push through the south here. CK will not take his chances. He'll take the confirmation shots. Lionheart trained in on this ridge. Here comes the push. Lionheart finds CK, however.
Nice scoop up there from Lionheart. That's going to be huge. That evens the odds quite a bit. If CK keeps pushing there, opens up the firing lines for Black Whistle, Lionheart gets occupied or goes down, and they sort of have a pretty tough exposed entry point into their objective. Lionheart does have an opportunity to find a pick here if he peeks up and over and identifies one of the OJC who's just kind of sitting in the middle of the map right now.
Meanwhile, in the center of the map, we have Onyx creeping his way up onto High Voltage, who currently seems unaware of the approach. He's definitely not looking at the door. It'll be all up to Onyx to keep his or her cool in order to be able to find a kill. He finds the shots, and Onyx takes down High Voltage in the center in the center hotel, and that's going to be a good push there on that western front to be able to secure and set up for the attack. Just 2 members of Fireteam Alpha left, 1 on objective, 1 watching the backside. The right push here could come for a cap or just the offensive win as we creep up on the last minute in a 3v2. OJC trying to take this first map and end it, get on with it and move on. We don't even know. I don't know. Do any of you know this? Is this a good map for them? Do they like this map? Do they not like this map? Like, if this is a bad map for them, then the rest of the teams are in trouble the rest of the day, because they've been playing this so far pretty well. Dr. Aquafighter finds a kill, and then Shinzu going to return the favor by finding Lionheart. However, Lionheart still be up. He'll be able to give those call-outs, so Dr. Aquafighter more than likely going to be able to defend this objective. However, if a trade comes out, OJC will win the round, as they do still have 2 remaining members up. Shinzu's popping smoke. This could be a cap attempt. Flash is out. Oh, flash goes in. Nope, it's a frag. No joy. Aqua does find the kill on the Shinzu. No trade happens, unfortunately, for them. 16 seconds left. Black Whistle's coming down the hill. I'm not sure he's got the time. He's going
He
for it.
does. He's going to get there in time to at least take shots onto Aqua. 5 seconds now, charging in, looking for that final kill. Aqua doesn't hit it. OJC.
Wow! I did not think Weapon did not look up on my end, but my goodness, OJC with a surprise win there at the last 2 seconds, I think that was, NightFiree, to win the first round here and win against a favorited team in this first Challenger Cup Group A.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they were both a little favored. I think that even though OJC is new to VRML, their word around the street is they've been around. And as far as Downfall goes, Downfall's one of the, OG maps. So I think that when it comes to Suburbia, I mean, I would be afraid to play them on Suburbia. But even just like these bigger ones where you think newer teams would not want to play Downfall, their quarantine game is really good too. It's going to be a little bit surprising for when they play the teams who might be thinking they can roll on a new team to the league. But that play was great. I think what OJC wasn't anticipating when they pushed on the east, which was a great push, was 2 people right there on that ridge, because Lionheart just waited for that refrag. However, I got an angle that was just so impressive with CK approaching and giving Black Whistle that angle. Like, it looked like they were almost baiting Esco, and that line was just like, okay, I'm gonna bait him, he's gonna come in your line of sight. It just looked great from that point. But letting Lion rotate out of there, Black Whistle, I think, held back from approaching faster. But having Lion move away from there did give that shot onto him that really gave Black Whistle that free roam going down. Because if Lion was down the other way, definitely Aqua would have been able to anticipate that rotation as much. But yeah, I was surprised. I couldn't tell about Aqua's gun, but I thought she almost had that one right there, because she did great with that coming around, stopping that cap and going back in. But yeah, great round from OJC. I think that they played kind of how some of us anticipated, which was there was that aggressive positioning that they did. So
I was not anticipating that much coordination. I mean, that team was very in sync. And to your point on that bait and shot, I think that was it was too perfectly timed. Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, that was really nice.
I encourage you guys to go check out their community. They are active on social media. Go on their YouTube page, and you'll see all the videos that go all the way back to the old red blue tablets kind of style. So yeah, they know their stuff, and their communication. It doesn't matter that it's in Japanese or whatever. I think a lot of them is nonverbal, which is really cool.
Interesting. Yeah, a lot of clicks.
Yeah, I mean,
they saw that come in.
They figured out ways to communicate with each other. I mean, luckily, they have the advantage, playing against teams that are mostly in the NA and EU, the chances of an opponent knowing Japanese well enough to be able to even interpret what you're saying and know what you're calling out. Yes, granted, you have to speak, and that gives away your position, if anything.
Right.
But still being able to pass information along that no one else can understand is a great thing. And I think that's what's cool about other teams like French Onward Union in the day and teams like that, where they spoke a language that wasn't necessarily a I don't want to say a popular language, because French is a popular language
for our community,
schools everywhere. But yeah, I mean, we're an English-based Discord and community because it's just easier for most people to do that. It's widely spread around the world. But that's great to be able to have that in your back pocket. I mean, I remember when I was on the Great Apes back in the day, like, the Irish Gorilla wanted us to learn Celtic to be able to play. So, but anyways, really smart play from them. I think I'm still very satisfied with my call. OJC for the win. Congrats to them. Commiserations to Fireteam Alpha, but a lot of rounds still to come, and more rounds still to come.
Certainly a good start for OJC as they take map 1 against the ranked 3rd in group stage. So good way to kick off the start of your Challenger Cup. We're going to take a brief intermission as we wait for the rest of the rounds to be finalized, and then we will be hopping right back into more Challenger Cup action. So don't go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 9 Challenger Cup Group A. We just got done with Fireteam Alpha versus OJC. We're going to keep that OJC momentum going into our next matchup, OJC versus Blaze. I am joined by my co-casters, Sleepy with 2-3 and ctrl-flirt-del. Sleepy, how are you today? Are you looking forward to this matchup? What are your thoughts? Right.
What they've got against a team like Blaze, who's definitely not afraid of a map like Cargo.
Yeah, they are. There's certainly a lot of questions in the air right now about what maps they excel in. And Control, you've played with some of the OJC players before. What are your thoughts on the close range, long range question that we've been floating?
Well, they are an aggressive team, so I think that both of these teams are they're both aggressive, Blaze is could be all over, unpredictable, so I think that would be actually in their favor. I think on Cargo, especially on this south-north objective here, I think OJC prefers the left side, on the north side here, west side. So I think that might be strong enough side with the, I don't know if Verds is going to be running shield down tunnel or what, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if OJC just went up top into the half and pushed up aggressively. We played them on this map. They are aggressive.
Okay.
So yeah, they will run through. I'm sure. I think Black Rifles on here will just charge through, flanking, so.
Well, we get to see how they are going to square off against Blaze on map number 2 of Challenger Cup. It is going to be Cargo, and we're going to be hopping right in to our first round right now. No more waiting around for the action. We'll see how Blaze defends against this team. So many unknowns for us and for the players playing against this OJC team because they are new to our English-speaking community. Granted, as we've said before, they are not new to this video game, and they are looking coordinated, and we'll see if they can get some of this early aggression out and find any early picks. So far, they are charging in pretty quick. Down goes one. Prefontaine finds one on the flank. Doesn't rotate around, scoops up another, and in an awkward bit of negotiating there, he does find 2. Blaze has just been dropping like flies in the meantime. Birds and Batman, the only 2 left alive.
Yeah, Pawn picking up 2 there, I believe. Yeah, they pick up 2 early on. Batman, though, going to rotate around, and on that rotation, he will find Pawn. Now it's going to be just Onyx and CK left standing with 5 minutes, so they've got plenty of time, but it's a 2v2, so fairly well balanced here for what's to remain of this round.
I mean, you talked about, is this team aggressive early? I think it's probably more Blaze getting out there early on defense, but either way, a trade and fire, and yeah, we're into a 2v2, and I don't think they have really much information on where these 2 are. I don't think they really know where Onyx or CK are located right now.
A hush befalls the battlefield as the OJC players rile up their attack. CK gonna prep a smoke there in the central building. Now he's gonna be, Onyx gonna prep that smoke. And now he's gonna take a peek through the central lane, checking to see if any defenders are gonna come taking a look. Now taking his peeks off on the western side, eastern side. He's gonna make its push up the center now. Vert's picking up CK in the meantime. Onyx on his push. A trade will come out, but it won't be enough. Blaze with 1 man standing will take their defensive round and go up 1-0 here on Cargo.
fantastic round on that start, right? It was like immediately exciting. I kind of thought Verds would kind of push up, but it looked like he was held back just a hair, rotating back in the perfect position there with Batman onto Onyx. So that was quick in the very beginning, and I thought it would kind of follow through. But good round on that one. I want to see how Blaze is going to answer back with that. If they're going to do the same aggression. I thought it was swapped. I thought Blaze was attacking first. So.
No, it's a good point, because I did want to address that the team that is home is always the team with the higher rank. Blaze is number 1 seeded. They are ranked 8th. They are the highest rank they could be in this cup, and so therefore they get home choice for every single round that they play. No matter what, they will get home. And I remember talking with Noman that it's sort of if you're going to be in the Challenger Cup, to be 8th, it's the best place you can be, obviously, because for reasons like this, they get to pick the side, and they've chosen to be Volk, and we've seen Volk trades so far with OJC and Fireteam Alpha, and if that trend continues, Blaze may be able to inch out a win. Granted, OJC did take that Marsoc round at the end on Downfall, so we haven't seen just Volk rounds out of them, and you know, that was a good back and forth there. OJC certainly competing with the aggressive Blaze defense, and with only 1 left alive on Blaze, it was a close one at that. Now we'll get to see how OJC defends against the Blaze offense as we hop into round 2 of map number 2.
That's it, NightFire. And will they play defensive aggressively, as we've seen happen in other parts of the VRML? Will they play it a bit more passively and take more defensive positions and just try and earn their defensive wins, similar to what we were seeing in that first round of Downfall against Fireteam Alpha, where we were seeing mostly both wins? But it does seem they're going to get a bit aggressive. Onyx going to be making a quick push out into the center of the map. He's going to meet Cryocell first. This Cryo comes around the corner, but Cryo's going to get the shots in.
Just melted him. Verds picks up Black Whistle. Blaze charging in with their smoke-heavy push, throwing off this OJC defense right away.
Wow.
2 nades.
Whoa. Return fire. Pawn gonna rotate out to try and find the remaining members. The refrag will come up, and the double from the res. They'll find the confirm. Here comes Batman to get the kill. He's gonna go around the corner. There will be a trade, however. It's the 2v1 as the res comes out from OJC. Cryo's on the backside. CK sees the push. Cryo's gonna go for it. He does find the kill.
5:13 left on the clock. We're into a 1v1. Both these teams duking it out, and now Cryo in a pretty good position to challenge Shinzu. Shots come in, and he lands them first. Blaze take their second round and push up 2-0. They are challenging this OJC team.
Woo, that was so good. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier in the pre-show, is that with Blaze, with their lineup, it kind of doesn't matter. They're all really strong. Cryocell scares me. I've met him in real life. Awesome, sweet guy in real life. Scary in game. Prefontaine as well, but of course Verds and I mean, all of these guys. No matter who it is, I love. They're charged. They play so well aggressively. So that was just fantastic push, but let's not discount that triple. Was it Black Whistle that did that there and ended up that trade with Batman and cleaning that up? But what, you might have gotten lost in the smoke there, but that was pretty crazy. That was a good little moment there. That was a little bit of luck, but great rotation on them too. So going into this OBJ here is let's see more of that aggression that I love from Blaze. So glad we got them on cargo here.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, realistically, that round still could have gone either way. OJC
It really
putting up
could.
a strong defense. The frags that you mentioned there with that nice double that set up a total triple there for Pawn. Man, just insane. And then the smart rotations. OJC went for the res pretty much immediately once they knew that they were a little safe from their immediate, surroundings. So it was a great rotation from them, and realistically that round, as we saw, goes down to a 1v1, and Cryo manages to get the peak first, but realistically a great back and forth there with aggression from both sides.
Blaze certainly not afraid to challenge OJC and go for those quick peeks around the corners. Now they're up 2-0. We're hopping into round number 3. I think, what was their score line in the first round? Someone report back on that. I'm curious how they took. I think it was 4-1. Okay,
4-1,
so
yeah.
pretty dominating there. We'll see if they can keep the trend up as we hop in. We'll see how they defend against this OJC offense.
OJC going hard with the smokes early on the western side. They're making their push what seemingly up the center. What I like about them is they have good squad movement. Like, they move together, but they're not clumped up. So one grenade isn't going to necessarily take them all out. Cryocell will find a pick onto Black Whistle and Pawn.
Doesn't get the confirm.
Not yet. Onyx going to make the rotation out. He will see 0. He finds 2 for the trade-off. Cryocell going to be pushing up for that confirmation, maybe? Yeah, no, he's just going to push in. I think he's going to wait for the res.
Got the knife. Stays
Maybe
quiet.
he heard a call out coming or something, and he doesn't know what he's saying, or maybe he just heard the clicks on the radio, and he's like, I can't risk it. So he just takes him out with a knife instead. He was probably baiting at first. Now CK and Cryo maybe on a peak fest here. I have to remember to turn my lasers on because they sometimes revert back off between these maps. But yeah, so far a little bit of aggression from both sides. They're sparring in the middle, but now things have fallen quiet as they try and figure each other out. Cryo's going to go for the push here after the call out from CK, and he does find the kill with the penetration through the boxes, and Onyx will return the favor, as Onyx does apparently in this game, and he finds another one with the trade on Cryo.
Now into another 1v1 Shinzu versus Verds. Although Verds should be able to get out here, scoop up Cryo, turn things into a nice 2v1. He is a little nervous about where Shinzu is, and Shinzu not really rotating off of this down because probably not too aware of it. And so it is going to be a res, is going to turn into a 2v1, and they're going to apply the pressure onto this last attacker.
Oh, and Verds has super bat hearing and
Yeah.
can hear Shinzu all the way in the yellow room.
You know what? He was over there earlier, and then he rotated around for the res.
Oh, I see. Maybe that's what he's saying. I heard him, and yeah,
Right.
Okay, I thought he meant like right now. Like, dang, son, where'd you find this? That's some good hearing right there. But no, Cryocell, they're definitely putting pressure on him. Shinzu's going to be trying to make his way through. But the nade arc coming over. Wrong corner of the building,
yeah.
but it did
A nice toss to A corner. Certainly a good toss, but not quite what they needed. And now Shinzu does see the cross from Verds, sees all this rotation here. Verds trying to find the shots, and this is the angle peeking I was talking about earlier. Blaze not afraid to try and find those peeks around corners quick and snap onto those shots. Shinzu does rotate nicely. Cryo drops off of his view just in time for Shinzu to make his way undetected, and now Verds has to be on high alert.
Yeah, they have no idea where he's made his way up to because Cryo happened to turn away right as Shinzu crossed the only kind of sight line that he would have had. And now Shinzu might actually be able to come around and get behind the defense, though I feel like Verds just heard something.
Yeah, Verds dialed into the backside here, drops off the angle.
Just a safety check then.
Oh.
Oh, Verds definitely heard that.
Oh.
He sees it.
Does he?
Yeah, he's pushing it. And there it is. Blaze, with their overly aggressiveness, go 3-0 here on Cargo.
Oh man, I love Verds and they are so skilled in their movement. I mean, Shinzu unfortunately just didn't make that rotation fast enough and did get lucky with that cross, just barely missing those angles because he was being very, very quiet just until that. It sucks, but when you go really low and you think you're quiet, just a little bit of a shuffle could give you away. In fact, if you saw Cryocell earlier, he was kind of almost looked like he was like smooth moonwalking because he was trying to be quiet before he picked up CK. But man, look at these guys, not afraid to, like, the minute they hear something, okay, we're going for it. They're not going to wait for that passive flank or anything, which is just the way Blaze plays. Honestly, I still think OJC is having fun though, because like, to play someone like that aggressive, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Blaze is just, they're so fun to watch and play. They're so good with how they do that, you know, when they want to play well with their aggression. Maybe it's just Cargo. I'm just scared about Cargo.
You know, it sounds to me, Viv, like Blaze is your favorite team out of the whole league.
Ooh.
Does it sound exciting? Like, I changed into my Blaze shirt
Did you?
I have a shirt for every team.
A true fan.
Yeah.
Except for OJC,
Yeah,
they're new. I haven't had it yet, so I'll change into that later.
Ship one out, guys. Get one to Viv. Girl Flirt needs an OJC shirt.
I need an OJC.
I do too. Yeah,
shirt.
send them out to everybody. Send us 20.
I'm pulling for them. This is my team. And it's heartbreaking because I love the Blaze guys. You know, they're good friends of mine, but
Noman, you hear that?
you know,
Are you hearing this, Noman?
picking my guys, picking the OJC squad.
Yeah, but I really love Zero's leadership here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll see.
He's really found his own on this team. You know, Zero's been on a few other teams prior to this, and you know, I just don't think they've meshed as well for him as the Blaze team seems to have. Prefontaine gonna find an early pick, and here we go. Zero's already on to the objective. He's made his way inside. This is gonna be a cap. All things over from here. Zero is not a. Oh my goodness! And CK comes out of nowhere and stops the cap. Zero, not a slow capper. That is impressive for CK to be able to get that look at the right moment. Just 2 members of OJC left. The rotations have got to come out. Verd's rotating back to find CK, who's just rotated off. CK makes it by the shots on Verd's. But Prefontaine cleans up nicely. He'll get the res onto Cryocell. We're going in for another cap, but it doesn't matter. Blaze find the kill as Shinsu goes down, and Blaze win our round here on Cargo 4-0.
Fantastic again, and I'm trying to be excited. It's not that I just like love Blaze.
No, I'm just teasing you. I'm teasing you.
That, I mean, like, okay, so for example, before when I said OJC, they are aggressive. You saw that the 2 of them went tunnel side, which is what they normally do. They'll rush that area like unafraid. Like they're not afraid either. But what Blaze is good at is countering the aggression. So I ask various top players like, how do you counter aggression? And it's funny how so many people will say, no, you gotta let them come, and then other people like, you have to fight aggression with aggression. Everyone has a different opinion, but not everyone can fight aggression with aggression so well. You know what I mean? I mean, Blaze, not afraid to charge. It looked like they weren't even fighting them. Zero's like, I'm just gonna walk up to the objective. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
And so, and he did. You're right. He is not a slow capper. So that was just really, really good on I think CK there on the back. But I know it was a sweep for Blaze, but still just fun to watch overall.
A solid round out of Blaze, a solid few rounds out of Blaze for sure. OJC though, we're holding their own for the most part, coming down to a bunch of 1v1s there and just not able to come out on top of those trades. So I'm curious to see how they square off in round 3, and I'm sure we'll be catching that match on one of the many Master League channels that we have running right now. And if you aren't tuned in, make sure you're tuned into the multi-stream, which has been linked in chat, and we'll link it again here in a second or two. And you can watch all 3 of the casts going on right now live. We may be cutting to another round here on Master League 1, but for now we will cut to a brief intermission, and we'll be back with more Group A action in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. If you're still here, you're still waiting on that high-octane action of the Season 9 VR Master League Challenger Cup Group A, Round 3 to begin. I am joined with my co-caster, Sleepy with 2 threes, and a pretty bald-headed RadarHead. How are you today, Radar? Sleepy, how are you today?
Doing great. We've already watched some killer Onward from some amazing teams on all sides of the oceans, all the oceans. So
True.
really excited
Really
to see what we get now that we have some more familiar faces battling it out here on OML 1.
You know, it is one of them is a familiar face, right? Otherwise, reservists are a team that was created for this Challenger Cup. Am I wrong on that? I'm right. Yeah, out of reservists, right?
Listen, they're the wild cards in a wild card tournament. That's what I love about
Oh, yeah. True. And they've been doing great today, Radar. You've been fortunate enough to drop into a match or two of theirs. How are they looking today?
You wouldn't. I kept saying it again and again, a bit like a broken record. You wouldn't know that this team have just assembled for this. I really feel like I'm watching a team that's played together a lot.
That'll be fun to experience up against a squad like Blaze, who has been looking pretty in sync. Sleepy, we just watched them pretty much roll over that Onward Japan community team on Cargo, dominating it in minute-long rounds, going 4-0. How do you think they're going to go up against this reservist squad today?
Well, I don't think Blaze typically tends to worry too much about who it is they go up against. I think they just kind of gauge their expectations on what would be, obviously they want to win, right? They're not a team of just like, we'll accept whatever happens, right? Like they want to have fun, they want to win, but at the same time, they don't let it get to a point of intimidation, I feel like. Maybe in the sense of Global Cam or beginners, but I don't even think teams like that, the top dogs, the 1 and 2s of the world, really threaten or bother them that much. I feel like they just play their game, and if they win, they win, and if they play a bad game, well, then they let each other know about it later after the game.
Now, is the roster on reservists, is that mostly EU, Radar?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got Matt Sanders actually lives in Japan, I believe. He's a Brazilian player who used to play for Boss Fight and EU team. But then you got Kev, ex-beginners, and you got Straightjack, ex-pacifists. So you got a very, EU-centric team there, with obviously El Vegas and Bullets for Breakfast, the true wild cards, the true reservists, filling out the rest of the team. Yeah,
and I'm curious, in your EU wisdom, who do you think's the leader here? Because I know Kev, coming from beginners, obviously beginners, a top team in the EU side of things. Do you think he's maybe helping that reservist team come together and be as organized as they may be looking today?
I think it's probably more Straightjack. I think Straightjack was a lead on pacifists, so I think he's probably going to be the guy drawing out the tactics. But I think Kev is if not Straightjack, then definitely Kev. I saw Kev was kind of calming his team down in the final round against Mayhem. Okay. Really just kind of briefing it out and just getting the nerves under control and saying, right, guys, this is how we should approach this. Let's just don't rush it. Take our time. We don't need a cap. We just need 1 point to win this.
Interesting. We'll see how this team scores away. We're still currently waiting for that reservist squad to fill up, and maybe that's a demonstration of one of the challenges of having a team that's all reservists. You're not all in the same on the same wavelength or in the same group chat like you would be if you're on a team.
I don't know. That seems pretty standard for most of the teams in the VRML, does it not? Like,
shots fired
late
from
to
Sleepy.
their own matches, casters just waiting around for guys to get into the lobby, No, but I mean, that's one of the challenges we deal with, right? Being an online league. And for those of you who might be joining us here on the channel who don't know what's going on, this is a VR game. This is not your typical FPS shooter. These players are in VR. They've got the headset on, the controllers in their hands. They're making all of these motions with their bodies in their homes or their play spaces, wherever those may be, in a storage unit somewhere. I don't know how these players are playing, but so everything is translated pretty much 1-to-1. So weapons handling, all of that is done physically. There is no cheat codes. There is no press R to reload and C to squat and all of that stuff. That doesn't happen here. So what you see is these people really executing these plays about as much as they can without being on one of the what's that? Goodness gracious, people are gonna kill me. The Ready Player One style treadmills and stuff like that. Like, it's about as close as you can get to real life FPS combat here. But and I just want to say thanks to everybody who has tuned in, of course.
Oh yeah.
We appreciate all of you out there who have been supporters of the channel, whether you're a new supporter, whether you've been here with us for years, as the VRML is quickly approaching its 3-year mark by the end of this year. We appreciate you guys joining us. We appreciate all the teams who continue to participate in the league, because of course without you, we have nothing to cover. We have no leagues to make. And of course, big thanks to our sponsors out there as well: Fixed Gaming, Rebuff Reality, VR Cover, and ProTube VR. Can't say enough about those folks. Fixed Gaming and Rebuff Reality, a bit newer to the partner sponsor reel, but we love them all the same. And then ProTube VR and VR Cover coming in since the very beginning and supplying us with really cool prizes and things for our competitors. So big shout outs to them, and again, big shout outs to our viewers.
And I'll make the cheeky comment that maybe the reservists need a reservist right now for their team.
Oh,
Waka waka.
oh dear. Oh wait, what? They've got. Well, hold on. So there's more people on the reservist team than I was aware. Smithy SFC was not playing on Cargo just now.
Really?
Yeah, really. So they've actually got
Wow.
more than 5 players.
Okay, I stand corrected that maybe they don't need a reservist. They got some subs available in the pool to pull in here. I guess that makes sense, right? The reservist roster in the Discord is like, what, 50, 60 people strong? There's a ton of people that play on that reservist list, and so they have a decent pool to pull from. Granted, not all those people are registered on this team, but, I wouldn't be surprised if they did have an 8-man roster and were just subbing people in that were available at certain times.
Hey guys, can I just draw your attention to something? I did not know there was a wind farm on this map.
On Quarantine?
Oh
I didn't
yeah.
realize there's a wind farm.
Yeah,
I only just realized that.
I don't know what computer it's powering, but it's a pretty small wind farm. I've seen more wind farms on my way from the Leicester to the Gatwick Airport, I think, in the UK
Yeah,
than
right.
I have here.
I mean, you got to start somewhere, right?
That's true. Yes.
So listen, my interesting take on this is you're in Blaze's shoes. You've watched a lot of these matches from known teams throughout the league, throughout the season. These are guys who do their research. But that's why I love the wildcard team, the reservists, because you just don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to be super aggressive? Are they going to be methodical? Are they going to be gung-ho? Are they going to try and push players into unexpected positions? You just don't know in Blaze's shoes what the reservists are going to do.
Yeah, and I think that's what we saw in the first 2 rounds against OJC. Like, it's this team who's recently joined the VRML, but have been in the community and been around for a huge amount of time in Onward. And we, not even as casters, did we really know what to expect, and they really showed us some stuff. It was very interesting to watch. So I can only imagine that the same would go for the reservists, even though a lot of people know the individual players of the reservists a little bit better, maybe, than I'd say, than the OJC guys. So they might know more traditional spots. But, these guys are obviously here to mix things up and shake things up. So obviously, they might be a little bit more threatening. I don't know. It's just that wild card factor,
Still waiting on their 5th.
So their 5th is either going to be, judging from the previous maps, it's either going to be L Vegas, or I'm trying to remember the other player who was playing. It's either going to be L Vegas or I can't remember, but at the very least, L Vegas should be joining. I'm kind of confused why they haven't. Maybe they're arguing. Maybe there's some infighting in this brand new team. They haven't meshed yet. They haven't got it all out of the system. Maybe you just never know. Quarantine, is one of those maps that a lot of people like. A lot of players don't like Downfall. Some players don't like Tanker, but Quarantine is one of those, similar to Bazaar in my opinion, that is beloved by many.
I personally love Quarantine. It's I think in terms of looking at it as an esport, from an esport perspective, it's just got a lot of elements that cater so well to really fun engagements and interesting strategies. There's so many options with the different wall setup, the different angles you can peek from, where the objectives are placed. It just sort of forces teams to really work well together and sync themselves up, because you need to approach these objectives from multiple angles. There's firing lanes that if you just charge down, you're going to get destroyed on. And so, you know, it comes down to smokes for crossing streets, grenades to draw attention, LMG fire, snipers on rooftops. There's so many different elements of your team coming together on this, and certainly exciting to see. It does look like we have full rosters on both sides. Over on Reservists, we have Smithy, L Vegas, Kev, Bullets for Breakfast, and Mad Scientist. And over on Blaze, we have Batman, Verds, Cryocell, Prefontaine, and Noman. And yeah, that's a heavy EU-sided team over there on Reservists.
Absolutely. If Strajak, I just realized, with the other potential player for the Reservists.
Okay.
Hasn't shown up, and I would have expected him to play this map, but there you go. One other thing I like about Quarantine is that, you know, the intel that you need on this map is so important. Like, I'd argue maybe the most important map to understand where Marsoc spawn. That's so where Marsoc spawn can be relatively randomized. Volk always spawn in the same place, but Marsoc, you don't know. There's between 1 to 4 different spots they might spawn. So what you have to try and do as Volk is try and decipher where that spawn point is. And if you can decipher that early enough, you can then rotate your entire team to lock down that spawn and try and make it really hard to move out. So that's why I think this map, potentially more than others, is so important. That intel, that early intel, is so important because it can change the entire defensive lineup so much.
Absolutely agree on that. And to expand on that a bit, I think the reason why this map, I would say, is a little bit more important for that intel radar head than, say, even Downfall, is because the spawns for Marsoc here on Quarantine can sometimes be so threatening that if you don't identify them quickly enough, you run the risk of being exposed when you're maybe trying to push a couple of defenders to the northwest to defend that rooftop, or to defend the center burning building objective when they get the close north spawn and they rush you down the center in the north. So, you know, that intel, that specific intel, but intel in general, is just so key here because there's so many sight lines. The elevation is relatively flat, unlike Downfall, where it's a lot more changing in elevation. You have a lot more of the map up higher than the basin of the map. But here on Quarantine, realistically, you got a rooftop and some hillsides, a couple of wings you can get up on, but you don't really have as much of the elevation change as you see in Downfall.
And as a defender, if you find yourself cut off from the objective, like you said, if you call it wrong and you send guys into the wrong area, trying to get them back to a defensive position across these roads, across open sight lines, is tantamount to suicide, which unfortunately sometimes when the objective is open, it's your only play. And again, another reason why that early intel, just categorically, undeniably, so important on this map.
Service struggling to get their 5th in the lobby. We did have 5 in there. Maybe they're debating on who they want to bring in. I don't know what the situation is over there, but I would imagine going to be starting this round shortly. It is worth mentioning that today Reservists and Blaze round 3 are both undefeated so far in this Challenger Cup, so certainly a important round right now for both of these teams. The winner here going to be in a great spot for round 4, and honestly, it's going to be very... I have to look back at who these teams faced off against, and you can take a look yourself just by looking down at the bottom of the screen there.
Just beat Mayhem. Now Mayhem's, arguably one of the stronger teams, I would have said, in the wildcard tournament Saturday, and Reservists just beat them. So that's a big deal in my book.
They've beaten Peacekeepers as well in round 1, and so if they can take out Blaze, they don't have a ton of top. I guess you still have VRath, Rome, right?
VRath just lost 4-0.
That's true.
0-4 to.
You're right.
So I think Rome is probably the big remaining threat, other than maybe Insurgents, who won 5-3 against Phantoms in round 1 and then 4-0 against VRath. So I guess Rome and Insurgents are the two to watch out for. Who are facing each other right now? Actually, Rome and Insurgents are actually facing off against each other. So yeah, that's.
That action, I think, is over on Master League 2, and then we have OJC versus Big Red One on 3, I think. They may have shifted off to a different game there. But either way, some high-quality action on all 3 channels. I mean, this season, we're firing on all cylinders. It's definitely the most competitive wild card, I think, so far we've seen. And I'm really excited to see how these rounds 3, 4, and 5 shake out. and where we're going to land on our Challenger Cup A finalist. If I had to put my money on it right now, I'm leaning towards Blaze. If we can adjust your prediction,
wild card they've won, you know?
Yeah, and if you can adjust your prediction, Sleepy, I'll go with you first. Who do you think right now is looking like they're going to come out on top of Group A?
Yeah, I think if I had to shift it now that I've seen my selection of OJC take a loss to Blaze, I would say I would go with Blaze as my second choice. Out of the group, they're the most consistent that I've seen, though over the season they've been a little shaky. They've brought that back here at the end season and here so far in the Challenger Cup group. So right now, I would definitely say Blaze from henceforth, since my pick, unfortunately, has taken an L in that last round.
By Radar, who do you think is going to be taking? I mean, if you could, I guess we didn't get your prediction in the pre-show. Who do you think is going to come out on top of Challenger Cup A?
I want to say Rome. Again, I think they're a team very similar to Blaze's track record. They've been up and down in the season. They've had some great victories, some unfortunate losses, but they've been, at the moment, you know, they've got a 5-1 record against Game Fist in round 2 and a 5-0 record against Mama Whips in round 1. So arguably, they are the team with the highest point differential, if not the highest. You know, they haven't got the highest Bashals, arguably, but they have the highest point differential. So you know, having faced Rome twice myself in the last season, I know they're a team, especially on quarantine, who are, you know, are very unpredictable, very aggressive. And I know it's not this map that's important in the end of the day. It's going to be the, you know, potentially the next one and the one after that. But I really feel like Rome have a really good opportunity to take this away today.
Looks like we have some technical issues on the side of one of the players. So if you can bear with us, we will be sorting out these and should be into the lobby and back into the action in no more than a minute or two. So apologize for the pause in the action. I know a lot of people want to see how this next matchup is going to shake out. I myself am very interested in just who is going to come out on top in this series. I really want to see how this reservist team plays against a hot Blaze right now. They're feeling and looking good from what I can tell, and I think we may even see some roster shakeups. I think I saw, yeah, Noman is back on the Blaze side. So we saw a roster change on reservists. We see it here now on Blaze. Both teams reacting to the map and the team they're playing. As a note, we do have action going on elsewhere as well. If you are waiting here for this to start, you can keep your mind busy with a very intense matchup. Two, I think, equally also undefeated teams so far in this group stage over on Master League 2. And then if you want to follow the OJC quest through the Challenger Cup, you can keep with them on Master League 3.
So OJC, interestingly, my team to watch next season, just because they are relatively you know, they are a new breed of players. You know, we haven't seen that continent play yet. Well, not that continent, but that country field a team. We haven't seen Japanese players, 5-man team. I think it's going to be so awesome to see how a different mentality and a different kind of cultural background, what that kind of brings. We've seen Europe players bringing it slow, American players bringing it fast, and you know, back in the day.
Wait till you can go back and watch the VOD from those first 2 rounds. Then you are going to be very impressed with the coordination and teamwork that OJC brought to those first 2 rounds. They deserved those wins in the first rounds. They met up against a strong Blaze, however, just in the last round, unfortunately for them. And now Blaze is here after a bit of a cooling off. We'll see if their fire quenches.
Oof.
The sigh from Radar to kick off round 1 and the suppressive fire from Blaze. Noman going down in a trade, but one that's ultimately worthwhile as he does get a confirmed kill and he himself is resable. Look at the defense here. Prefontaine just charging in, pushing up to the cockpit here, looking for some action early. This is an aggressive defense split from Blaze right now.
Important revive coming out on No Man there. It was a trade, like you said, and No Man's 1 out on it, and it's 5 versus 4 now. God, I love that aggressive. You're right, that aggression pre-Fontaine. It's going to really catch reservists on the back foot, I think.
A lot of suppressive fire coming in from Smithy as the smokes do come in really late smokes to cross that street. Usually you see those come out at the start of a round, but here they are kind of deploying them a little bit later, and they are going to send one across. Kev able to find Verds from the plane wing. Smithy and Bullets pump down rounds on the cross, and they pick up Noman and Blaze in a pretty quick 1-2 are down 3v4.
What's interesting to see is Strajack in the north. The north is completely undefended. There's no one left there to challenge it on the roof at all. Now, if Strajack is able to take the roof, he can put down such a commanding field of fire on the defenders. Kev picking up another defender now.
That plane wing position from Kev has snagged him a couple of kills, and it's surprising that Blaze isn't aware of that as even more fire comes in. Bullets for breakfast dumping it out. Look at Prefontaine's positioning. He somehow managed to get up here.
What's crazy is that he may soon be the final defender, and he's nowhere near the objective, pushed up right in the enemy's face. Meanwhile, two flankers are able to push down either side of him, the far south and the far north.
They gotta be. I'm shocked Smithy didn't see this or hear this. He has no intention of looking here. Prefontaine isn't even gonna check his right side. He finds one. Smithy's still here.
Absolutely oblivious. Prefontaine absolutely oblivious.
What is going on?
Smithy actually just spoke, which gave away to Prefontaine. Prefontaine calling out the kill, but Smithy just didn't hear it.
How did the audio cue? Smithy must have assumed it was shots from his teammate back there, but you should be aware what gun is what, right?
Absolutely, a complete turnaround. But what's now? Look at Strajack now. Done a complete rotation on the map, and Blaze completely unaware of this.
Yeah, he's got their backside. And he might be able to slide between these two defenders. Although it does look like Prefontaine has an angle down that lane. And so we'll see what Strajack decides to do. He's got a nice little spot here, though. And he can pick off this rotation from Cryo if he spots it.
I would almost let him get away with it and just run across.
Yeah.
You know, that cap, if he can swing tight to the right as he does it, he's open for that cap, and there's nothing either of them can do to stop him.
These guys are getting so aggressive. Prefontaine does have some sort of eye up here. I did see a laser draw across. Strajack also spotting out his rotation. This is information for Cryo to work off of, and shots do start ringing in from the backside.
Grenade out from Cryo. Will it find him? No, Strajack's backed off. No cook on that grenade at all. Strajack now able to charge. Does he know the kill count? Will he go for cap? No, he's holding himself. He's under the stairs waiting for it.
No rotation out of plane wing yet, so Cryo's still really in a 1v1. And it's the best case for him right now. He can rotate around here. Strajack not really aware that Cryo has managed to sneak over onto this side. This is going to be a completely exposed side shot. Down he goes, and now Cryo has to fend off a final attack from the Kev. Arguably one of...
Is the Kev is X-beginning, so he's still like,
right.
Wait, there's 2 minutes left on the clock. Why are we attacking?
That is true. I was forgetting. That's why he's sitting back there behind the rest of his team. You're absolutely right. He's got that beginner's mentality, and we're in our first round, and I just got to report in here. Spoiler alert: OJC has already beaten Big Red 1.
Wow. Gosh, I can't wait to see that later.
Oh, the rotation from Kev catches out Cryo, getting way too aggressive as the final defender.
Considering where the objective was, Cryo's position running on the outside of the walls seemed a little bit haphazard.
Yeah, that round there were a few mistakes on both sides, guys, if I could say so myself. But overall, a kind of a nice recovery there from Blaze as things looked a bit shaky after that mid-round shifting in tide. So great things off the bat. Noman gets that trade, manages to win. The team gets the revive. They're back to a 5v4. Unfortunately, though, Verts gets a bit tunnel visioned on the rooftop, only focused towards the west and the southwest. He fails to check behind him in the north. Now, he doesn't end up going down there. He goes down to Kev from across the map on the south plane wing. But as Radar mentioned in the round, it gave Strajack free roam over the north side, which allowed him to do some crazy damage at the end round, holding Cryocell distracted, which could have actually had Kev going for a cap, but we can discuss that later. But Cryocell, with his rotation off of his objective towards Kev in the south, basically leaving the objective completely defenseless from the east and north, while Prefontaine was in the center at Burning Building, which brings me to my next point. Smithy, what happened there? I don't know if Smithy was having a hardware issue, if what was going on, but he just, I mean, not only did he not see Prefontaine, which I can understand that, right? Like Pre just managed to hit that right angle at the right time, the right sync, but he didn't hear the firefight or the call out from Pre, and then Pre just walked up to him, no problem, and just shot him in the face. I just don't understand it. So a few things going on in that round that really had me scratching my head, but Radar, I did have to say I chuckled at your comment about Kev being a former beginner saying, "Why are we attacking at 2 minutes?" I found that was pretty funny. So thanks for that. And back to you guys as we go into round number 2 here on Quarantine.
Can I just bring to your attention that reservists just took the first round and they're on Quarantine and it was Marsoc, and that's telling. That's very telling. I know it's arguably the harder objective to defend on Quarantine, but still quite telling. The reservists able to do that, and almost, you know, they were commanding it for most of it.
Can't ask for a better way to kick off your round against Blaze, who have been looking great today so far. Cryo able to kick it off for Blaze's offensive round, though, with an advantage. Now they're up 5-4. Shots ringing in from center, just suppressing from Batman.
What's most important about that takedown was that Kev was the primary defender of the North, and now the North is wide open.
Yeah, it is. Verd's full control of this rooftop if he so chooses to take it. He has to watch out for some plane wing potential, but really no one's going to rotate to plane wing on defense. So he's got this rooftop secured. He's pretty safe to peek out and just try and find angles onto these defenders, which is going to make it tough for reservists when it comes time for them to rotate if they lose anymore.
The key thing for Blaze right here as well, I keep saying key thing, and I'm going to stop doing that, but anyway, the key thing for Blaze right now is that as long as they take the time, No Man here is doing a great rotation in the south, and the reservists have no presence in the south at all. Prefontaine getting another pickup on Smithy. And now No Man on the south wing. Great sight lines over everything across the objective area.
I mean, they got such good coverage of this objective. You can't get better coverage, right? Verd's rooftop, Noman on the plane wing. They got easy eyes on both sides of the walls of objective. Now it's time for center to smoke. They're up 5-3. They may be looking to answer back here with a Marsoc round.
I mean, if I was a betting man, I certainly would be betting against them right now. The only thing missing from this coverage is if they manage to take Motel. That's the only thing missing in my opinion.
Yeah.
If they can take Motel, then they just have this perfect triangle of hate. Reservists. Look at this. Smoke's coming in now, putting so much pressure on these guys.
The triangle of hate. They certainly have a good coverage of the objective, and these are the smokes from the center, and now you see Noman way over on that playing wing side, rotating pretty quick. He's looking to get that backside flank onto reservist. We'll have to make sure we tune into him once he gets set up, but Batman and these smokes not really going to use. They're not charging in right now.
No, look at Strayjack's defensive position here now. I like it. He's not. I wouldn't expect anyone to be here, and he's got great coverage across that central area.
Yeah, as
He doesn't have coverage on No Man at the back.
About to see if Verz was going to be ready for this. It does look like the other two are, and a trade goes into the favor there of Strayjack. Noman does finally get around on that backside flank, and now suddenly reservists down to just one. Can Noman sneak in behind Bullet and get a cap?
I would say Bullets is pretty focused in, but now he's realized he's the last defender. It's an easy pickup. It's a trade. It's still an easy pickup.
He definitely missed those first couple of shots. It could have been bad there for Blaze, but what an answer back as they tie it up 1-1.
And
confidently as well.
Yeah, confidently, you could definitely say a lot less mistakes made in that round. Blaze just establishing control quickly with that kill onto Kevin. RadarHead put it quite well. He was their primary defense in the north. It left it open. They were able to set up all the way across the map, completely unimpeded. Then the only real hesitation or pushback they got was from Strayjack there in his position near the north rooftop courtyard, or just outside, basically watching that mid cross. And then as soon as he got one, the rest of the team lasered in on him and he was done with. So all around, that was an excellent play from Blaze. It was a possible cap opportunity, but Bullets just managed to, remember to check behind him and not let that happen. So good on him for not letting the cap happen, and and having reservists then be at a deficit here in the map. So overall, I mean, there was some great play, but Blaze just had a better strategy for it, and that's where I think you'll see that the seasoned teams that have worked together will just have better luck and be more consistent in that. However, I do agree with something that RadarHead was telling us before we started, and that's the reservists look like a team that have played together for a while. They show a sense of coordination that you wouldn't normally see from a team of people who just kind of comes together for an event like this at the end of the season to make one last hurrah. So good on them for that. It's really showing well, and a great matchup so far between these two teams.
No kidding. And now we hop into our third round with a pretty interesting objective. The backside here down past the burning building in that little courtyard. I feel like I don't see this objective a ton on this map. I don't know why it doesn't cycle in more, but curious to see how Blaze defend it.
I always think it's one of the easier objectives to defend. So, I mean, you can get such a great lockdown from every angle on top of it. Yeah, you can get a sneak cap in there if you get inside the heli. It's definitely one of those objectives where knowing where the enemy spawns is crucial, and I think that the reserves have been made. Or are we going to see a rotation from Blaze to capitalize on that?
I think what they may not be ready for is how heavy this south push is right now. Noman is over here. I don't know if they identified the cross. I know Prefontaine saw Mad Scientist over there.
Apparently Cryo did as well.
The call out clearly coming in, and now the cross on south does get identified. Noman spots one out there, puts some shots down range.
I guess Blaze don't know the entire count in the north. They know they've got a kill, but they've got 2 players in the north still. There's no reservists. So the cross call, maybe not that accurate. At least one made it north.
I did just hear Noman say we got 3 south, so they have a close to accurate assumption of where this reservist team has managed to position themselves. They still got one in the center, but it does seem to be a point of debate between these two. As I switch over to Verds, he's arguing that he thinks there might be one in the center building and that there's not 4 over there. So they're trying to figure out where exactly this reservist team has gone.
I like Verds' perspective here. If they really have got such a south strong presence, which he can't confirm, but he knows there's at least 3 over there based on the intel they've heard. This gives him such a good line across the entire map.
Really does. And now that the smokes are out here, it's going to be a little bit of extra attention drawn in to the south side. Maybe that's intentional, trying to draw out some defensive angles for reservists to pick off. I'm not sure, but...
So I think, looking at what Smithy did, he placed the smoke, and now he's waiting for that rotation. I think he's looking for someone to peek out to stop what... Prefontaine finding Stray Jack.
Nice pickup from him, and yeah, I think he is trying to use that smoke to just find a little angle off the side, try and scoop up some shots, but doesn't quite get what he's looking for. A Stray Jack going down hurts their attempt up through the center, and now these two are going to try and rejoin and make their move up through. Kev still on the backside, holding out, waiting for any rotations.
I would argue that Smithy kind of contributed to Stray Jack dying then, because he put a smoke very close to Stray Jack's position, which would have drawn attention in that area exactly where Stray Jack died. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a key sign of a team that that hasn't played together, because I think Smithy's tactic there was probably more of a selfish solo player act. And I don't mean selfish in the sense that he's not caring about the rest of his team. He's just not used to playing with these guys, so they don't know how he works, and they don't know how the rest of them work. So.
And I mean, unless you're checking your pad every 5 seconds, you're not going to have a great indicator of where your team is. And so, yeah,
it's a cheeky walk. It's a cheeky smoke walk from Smithy across the open area where Verds could have picked him up.
I mean, when you see that on defense, you just put rounds into the smoke, right?
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I love that it worked.
Noman does have eyes dialed in onto Smithy, though, as he does peek here. Somehow doesn't take the shots. Verd's able to find Bullet for breakfast up over the top. Shots coming in from Smithy. Over on through the center, Kev able to pick up Cryocell, getting aggressive on a rotation. Smithy now looking for Noman as he crosses out and he just misses those shots. Batman hits him on the backside with the refrag, and now it's all down to Kev.
In Kev's mind, he's got plenty of time to do this stuff. Again, ex-beginners. 2 minutes is like 6 to everyone else. However, Kev now facing down the barrel of 5 Blaze players. They know he's at the back of the map. They should have a good kill count as well, so they should know. Wow. Great shooting from Kev. I wish I was that good. I just can't do that kind of play.
You know, one thing we don't talk a lot about is just how good certain players are at shooting their gun. You know, hitting those headshots is a super hard challenge. Prefontaine picking up Kev. But, you know, hitting those accurate shots is not easy, and I think that good shooting should be highlighted more. Blaze go up 2-1.
Again, a really confident play from Blaze.
Yeah, really strong play there. Good defense from Blaze. Able to identify the spawn and give callouts really early, which led to them taking control of the north. They were a little slow to rotate off of that watch, as Radar mentioned. But Verds had a nice cross look over the middle of the map, which he was able to maintain there until the end. Now, the only other thing I really wanted to say, because the rest was a little standard textbook style Onward play, right? You know, just a little tit for tat here, a firefight there. Nothing spectacular per se. I do agree that Smithy's play did draw attention to where Stray Jack was coming from and could have been the cause of his demise. But I think it just, again, yeah, like Radar said, it goes more to teamwork than it does to him actually saying like, oh, I would rather myself be alive than anyone else on my team, because that doesn't read that way to me at all.
No. That's, the word selfish was probably the wrong word to use.
Yeah, sure. But and then the other thing I wanted to say was, you know, we keep giving Kev, you know, a little bit of razzing about being a prior beginner and 2 minutes being like 6 minutes, but in reality, that is a good thing. And in the sense that if you are not panicking, if you are not, you know, if your heart rate isn't now elevating because you know you're running out of time, if you're comfortable at 2 minutes still being as far as you are away from the objective, now in a 1v4 scenario, not so great, but, you know, that's good to have, because then you know you've got solid nerves. And we saw there, as Kev picked up that nice headshot onto Verds on the rooftop, he was not feeling any sort of pressure.
No, but my counter argument is that he's out of sync with the rest of his team in that case.
Yes, and for that you are 100% correct, and I will praise that gospel till the end of time.
Praise be to RadarHead.
Praise be to RadarHead.
Back into the action, round number 3?
4 on the floor.
Right. Hey, you're smarter than me. It's okay.
Debatable, but I'll forgive it. All right, looking at reservist defensive layout here. It's pretty standard. I like it. It's not over aggressive, and I think it's a nice tight defense. It's similar to what we saw with Blaze, except they've given up the north completely.
They have.
I don't like about it.
They have what they did instead is invest 2 on that west approach, right? They're not getting up early on the aggression. They're going to wait for this Blaze team to get up north. They're going to let them have north control, basically. And then it's going to come down to them pushing through the west. Stray Jack will find the angle there. You have El Vegas also waiting for that rotation, and that's when they'll pounce. But yeah, to your credit, it's very spread out. South is vulnerable, in my opinion.
What I don't understand is that I'm pretty sure Batman got made crossing, so they know Marsok spawned. So I am surprised to see no one rotating north to capitalize on that. Or moving to the north office or anything, you know, not challenging roof. If they're comfortable with the defensive spots and they think they can hold out, good for them. But again, maybe it's the inexperience of this team, you know, having just been a mishmash team right at the end of the day that's playing into that right now.
Opting to hold angles instead of getting aggressive. Well, that'll obviously force the action to sort of happen a little bit later on. If they're not going to push out, then Blaze likely not going to find any terribly early picks, although Batman may be able to challenge Burning Building here shortly if he continues his push up through the center.
Slow methodical pushes from Blaze here. They don't know how much of the map they have. They are being careful in the north, as they should be. Still got 4 minutes left on the clock, and I like the push right now. They're not taking anything for granted, checking all their angles. And they're very dominant in the north side of the map.
Yeah.
If they've got a tube or anything, they could really get some great, like, you know, potential M2 or 3 into top of burning.
You know, if they smoke out that street, they can cross it right up through the center pretty easily. They can deny vision from Strajack and Vegas over there on the west and really turn it into a 3v whatever they send up through that middle, you know?
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say for this defensive line is that Kev is covering South Road, so I don't know what he's firing at, but anyway, the point is, I think he thought he saw someone. He didn't, but anyway, my point was that he's got the south covered, so we know that no one's crossed to the south, which gives them confidence. The rest of the team have confidence then that they can just check the central and northern areas of the map.
Even more interesting than that we haven't seen that rotation to try and challenge them up there on the north. They're really just waiting for this Blaze team to play into their hand, and I gotta wonder if it's because they're on the back foot now, down 2-1, that they're just trying to play it a little bit tighter and hold angles instead of getting aggressive.
True, but it's also kind of an EU, Verd's picking up bullets. Unexpected there. Great angle
Yeah.
for Verd's to pick that up.
A nice little shot up there onto that 2-story. More suppressive fire from Cryo into the one position down onto the center. And this is looking like it's going to be a push right up through the center. You got Batman in position to charge in. Prefontaine experiencing some suppressive fire from Strajack, but still alive, and that's going to give them information to work with. So we should see smokes, or at very least Cryocell trying to challenge this from this interesting little bump in the map. He's trying to look over the wall. It's not going to be important. Verd's on the backside picking up Strajack.
I would not have expected that. I would have expected like 9 times out of 10 for Strajack to win that engagement. If you've been looking at the right time and the right place, of course. What Verd's might not be aware of, and probably isn't aware of, and I can almost guarantee you isn't aware of, is El Vegas in the back of the map. With a C4 clacker in his hand.
That's true. But he could go...
Where is this magical C4?
He could go unutilized there. Verd's already crossed.
Here he comes.
He does get Verd's. But now he has to rotate because the rest of this team is charging in. Cryocell here in through the smokes. Prefontaine up through the center. Smithy actually sitting on the backside of this burning building, and he's patiently, sneakily waiting for an attack. Prefontaine finds Kev. Smithy now getting for the aggression. The rotation out. Prefontaine scoops him up. That's a double. Now objective exposed. Vegas has to rotate. A long rotation.
El Vegas not rotating anytime soon, and it's not going to be soon enough. If Blaze show any aggression here,
this is
exactly
map.
Right, they're coming into the gap.
This is it. Cryo not challenged a bit as he punches in the code against the wall. Blaze take map 3 and continue to go undefeated in the Challenger Cup A 4-1.
I did not see that coming.
But you did, RadarHead, is the problem. You called it from the beginning. They didn't invest anything in the north, and that was their downfall. They gave up so much by letting them have the entire north side. They set up basically an entire firing line along the ridge, and Verd's was smart enough to check that western side and be able to pick off that lane look up the west, that very tight one that very few people will risk because it's so far away from objective. Then it was all up to the center team to do what they did, which is wildly efficient. And charge right through the center. El Vegas was caught way off the objective, and Cryo went in and got a very quick cap. I mean, that was textbook what should have happened from what I saw on the map. I mean, great rounds from the reservist. Again, a team putting up a great hell of a match against an aggressive and seasoned team like Blaze. Some great plays coming in from them, but some not so great plays coming in from them there, as well as Blaze, you could see, ending the map with the cap there.
Well, I loved that C4, but El Vegas should have immediately followed.
It was good.
Yeah, the moment he got that C4, he should have been immediately charging to the objective to help or flank or do something. He just held his ground there, which I didn't really understand. Maybe he thought there was more coming from the west.
I think that'll be it for us here, at least for round 3. We should be diving into round 4 real quick, because I think we are one of the last games to have to finish up before round 4 is decided. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Group Challenger Cup Group A matches. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. You have tuned in for round 4 of the group stage, Group A. I am joined by my co-casters, Sleepy with 2 threes and RadarHead with a wig. How are we today, gentlemen?
Doing
good. The wig was
nope.
ditching, so I took it off. I apologize, Sleepy.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was gonna say the wig gave you that extra bit of confidence. I was gonna let you just go ahead, but I guess you just baited yourself back into my hands. I love him either way, with hair or with a wig. He's always come through and been spot on with his analysis and his devilish good looks on camera. If you haven't seen him, go check him out on some of his prior works.
That is very true. And
Just
now,
use incognito mode on your browsers.
now that we have you thinking about us casters in our underwears, we'll hop into Rome versus Blaze. 2 undefeated teams right now in the wild card. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean the winner of this is going to be the winner of this wild card, because I mean, we got some other teams that are right there alongside, you know, Blaze and Rome. Right now on Master League 2, we have Mayhem versus Fireteam Alpha. They have both only lost one game. And on Master League 3, we have the Reservists versus the Insurgents, both also only losing 1 game. So those 2 matches also on those other channels are going to be pretty high octane. And true to Season 9, we're getting the best esports action we've gotten in the VR Master League.
I totally agree with that, and I think this season overall has been the biggest upset season, if you ask me. Like, there's been more upsets, I feel, than ever before.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. And, you know, maybe it's because we've seen so many roster changes, right? Global Chem's had their roster torn apart and restructured. G-Men have brought in some new players. We've seen new teams like Fireteam Alpha be formed that are challenging top 10 squads. There's so much diversity in the standings that we're not used to really seeing. It's typically the regular customers dominating the scene, and it's just not been the case necessarily. I guess I say that as Blaze and Rome, 2 very regular customers, go at it to try and decide who's going to be our Challenger Cup A finalist.
It's not going to be decided here, though. I think,
right.
Some people would argue that this right now is the final. I don't agree. I think that if you look at the records right now, any one of the teams you just mentioned could then go into this final against Blaze and then possibly take it off Blaze or Rome, depending on who goes through. Like, that's why I'm excited for this match, but I'm more excited for the match that comes after this.
I'm glad you actually said that, Radar, because I was actually thinking about that a moment ago, and I was like, if Blaze wins this, it's over, because whoever would be next. But no, yeah, they would have to face one of these teams who has also only lost 1. So if Mayhem or Fireteam Alpha comes out with a win, or if the Reservists or Insurgents, who I believe also only have 1 loss.
There's 6 teams. There's 6 other teams that
crazy.
There's a lot of
really
shit
is crazy
that could be going on here, and so I'm glad you brought that up, because I was still kind of going through the numbers and kind of analyzing what would happen and how it shakes out. But yeah, it's crazy to see that we could end up with a round 5 actually being the decider. Normally these are pretty well decided in rounds 3 and 4. Sometimes you get a team, you know, that's been undefeated while other teams have taken 1 and even 2 losses in the earlier rounds already, and so things kind of spread out a bit more. But not this time around, not Season 9. It has been absolutely the opposite. Even with some fresh faces, we have seen some absolute shakeups and some really incredible play. So not disappointed with where this has gone at all, and I'm excited for what, you know, the centennial season of sorts, Season 10 next season brings, with all these new teams and old teams reforming and reshaping. It's pretty great.
Absolutely.
Definitely some exciting ideas getting floated around for Season 10 too. Might be the most interesting yet. But I mean, I'm just looking forward to the round robin. I mean, that's going to be incredibly exciting to watch next weekend. The finals, whoever wins Challenger Cup A versus the winner of Challenger Cup B, that's going to be amazing. We still have fantastic games, and we're about to hop into Rome versus Blaze. You just can't ask for more action.
I could, but I doubt I could get it, is the problem. I'm in an action deficiency. I need more cowbell. But anyways, we're here. It's round 1, and the spawn box is getting ready to be lifted on our very first round here of round 4 in the Challenger Cup. Group A, Smokes out early from Rome as they push their way up through lanes 2, 3, and 4. I'm sorry, 1, 2, and 3.
Early aggression. Look at these smokes. Oh my god, I can't see anything across the entire map. Both teams just smoking the hell out of each other.
Wow, Gladiator and William Dunn's pushing their way around the house. They're going to find one inside. Noman will find Big Mike. Gladiator's already upstairs. Nobody's even seen him. This is going to be a cap. Gladiator gets spotted at the last second. That is some amazing lucky work there. Lucky AF also going down in that trade.
Wow. And it's over. We spent a long time waiting for it felt like, and then it was over in seconds.
I feel like it was my first time all over again.
Well,
yeah, give us some analysis on that round, please, NightFiree. Please break down that round for us.
What you're hearing is my analysis, okay? I am flabbergasted. That was an insanely quick push, dumped the smokes up over top, charged in, totally trying to challenge Blaze on speed at the very gate, and, I mean, they had it. They were in objective room. They didn't need to clear out the whole L. Nobody was upstairs. They had it in control, and then a gorgeous cooked nade gets flopped up through the window. Beautifully saves the day, catches out the one that's about to tuck himself in and punch in the code, and Blaze hang on to their defensive round with everyone alive. But that was quite nearly a Rome cap. They had upstairs control. They were in there uncontested.
What was interesting was, did ManBear get injured on the way in? He was the shield player. I would have expected him to lead the way, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. And he just kind of committed without any support at all. He just like charged right up after hearing Verds confirming that all 5 of their players were still alive. He just runs up the stairs, just unloading. Yeah, really crazy. And you know, that's the one thing, and I've been having to say it a lot more recently because I've been casting more of the aggressive teams lately. But that's the thing about the aggressive pushes. They either go very right very quickly, or they go very wrong. And while it was
what do you think we're going to see from Blaze? What do you think you're going to see? What do you think you're going to see? Right.
I think we're going to see a more controlled push. I don't think it's going to go directly at the objective like the Rome push did, but it's not going to take 6 minutes. It's not going to be a beginner's or a slower push, a G-men push here on Suburbia.
I think you're right. I was just listening to Rome's comms then. They were beating up themselves a little bit just then. A little bit of, I wouldn't say down on morale, but just kind of quick analysis of what went wrong.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with that, but they just need to realize that what might have worked in those earlier rounds against some of the teams that they had earlier isn't going to necessarily work against teams like Blaze. Verd's going to be picking up an early pick there over towards lanes 1 and 2.
Looking at the stats from last season, Blaze have a slightly better record on Suburbia, but neither of them have that good a record. It's 9-4 for Rome and 10-6 for Blaze on Suburbia.
That's a good stat to know, actually. That's
not 10-6, sorry. 6 wins out of 10 games and 4 wins out of 9 games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so neither of which are winning record necessarily, but this is a map that, it's almost impossible to have a winning record on because it's such an old map. So many teams are used to it. It's hard to pull anything new on it anymore, though that's changing a little bit. ManBear Pig does get taken down by Verds.
Oh no, ManBear Pig's grenade takes down Lucky. It must have been cocked.
Uh-oh. And the Blaze team is inside. They're unopposed. If Silent goes for it, the cap is here, but Gladiator's right behind him. He's gonna see it. Is he gonna see him? He does see him at the last.
It's now into a 1 versus 2 instead of a 4 versus 1. Will Gladiator get the res? It's right next to him.
You can't see him.
Now 2 versus 2. It's all turned around. Prefontaine coming upstairs. Lucky's not ready.
Pre just going in like a machine gun steamroller, goes in and pre-fires the entire top floor, finding the last 2 remaining members of Rome, and Blaze take quite a commanding lead there on Suburbia. Wow, yeah. NightFiree, what do you think about that one? You got a little bit more time to see what happened there.
I mean, these Blaze guys are just playing so aggressive today. They are not afraid to get right up into the face of the enemy team, and Prefontaine, he had to have had a drum mag on his okay, because he utilized it fantastically. He charged up there and didn't let go of that trigger as he blasted the entire upstairs.
Interesting. Did you see that Noman actually picked up one of the kills though of the 2 remaining defenders?
Yeah.
It was Noman. who almost got a team kill, but also picked up one of the two remaining defenders, despite Prefontaine charging in, bullets riddling everything.
He had a nice little angle from the tank and was looking from that bottom floor out the tank up into the window, and so he caught the panicked movements as Prefontaine charges up. He caught one of the movements from the Rome players and scooped them up through the window with a nice little shot. And I mean, a solid attack there from Blaze. They were in objective room and it had pad out, nicely denied by Rome as well, bringing it back into a 2-2, but then just the coordination. Noman covers from the outside, Prefontaine charges in. Sure, if Prefontaine goes down, then you're in a bad spot, right? Then Noman's stuck outside to have control of the upstairs, and things are in a completely different favor for Rome, but Prefontaine just able to find the kills, Noman able to support him, and with two team kills on their KD, Blaze are in the lead 2-0.
Very commanding kickoff from Blaze going into round 3 now. Map 4 with Blaze versus Rome. The two undefeated teams. Oh, looks like there's some technical difficulties. Taking the wind out of my sails as I kicked off them.
I said, okay, turn the fan off. He's getting ready to start sailing.
Damn you.
High tension here. Both of these teams undefeated. The only two teams undefeated now. Just nerve-wracking stuff. Couldn't imagine being either of these two teams at the moment. Any of the teams this weekend, really. It's just the entire pool of competition is no slouch, but I feel like this group especially is very tough, having a lot of the kind of top contenders and some of the top picks out of the Challenger Cup being in this day. Now, we still got a lot of great action still tomorrow with a lot of really top competing teams. But man, I don't know if my heart can handle any more action than we've had today. Might have to go to the hospital after the game's wrapped tonight.
You certainly have some very competitive squads in Group B tomorrow. Animal House in there, Danglers in there, Ember, French Onward, Union. Teams that are very skilled. Newbie's been looking good this season as well as Water. And so I'm curious to see how some of those newer teams square up in this Challenger Cup format. And, you know, we highlight that it's an opportunity for teams that aren't necessarily regularly in the top 10 to challenge for a spot as number 8th overall.
All right, as we go now into round 3, map 2, the two undefeated teams matching off against each other with Blaze having commanding 2-0 lead. Will they hold on to this lead, or will Rome be able to get a point up on that board?
Well, this objective, that front porch objective, will be one that Rome might try and capitalize on quickly, as they have been being very, very aggressive here in their game so far. I mean, they've been putting up 5 points in all of their rounds thus far. So aggression and going for the cap seems to be their MO, and so far Big Mike and Manbear Pig pushing their way up lane 4 here. Drone already spotted out and taken down, and that actually stopped Manbear Pig dead in his tracks. It's like they lost the intel, and Manbear Pig's like, I'm not going up there.
It's a really bright positioning from Zero here. It's really open to any kind of grenade. Usually tucking in is what most players would do, but Zero here opting for a very different approach, or a slightly different approach, should I say.
Yeah.
On the objective, tucked down. I don't know, a Pika wouldn't be expecting to see a guy down there, I suppose.
Absolutely not.
Right out here is the first kill of the round.
A little bit too aggressive there as Verts picks that one up, and Zero's watching the corner. Manbear Pig won't quite be ready for it, but he'll be able to defend against it pretty easily. But no, never mind. He'll overthrow the grenade. Zero will find the frag, and he'll get the confirmation. Now Big Mike stacked on the corner. Is he going to push it? No, he's going to try and frag over the top. He's going to go for a standard position, and this right here is exactly why that position's going to work out better for him. Birds will down William Dunce on the backside with a frag.
It's looking bad for Rome. It's 2-1 versus 5 now. So quickly, this round just devolved against these two players on this map. I can't believe how quickly it's going. I can't keep up with it almost.
Yeah, and it's happened spread across the map, too. It's not been on just this one side, though fortunately for us, Radar, we've had 3 of the members of Rome over here in close proximity, but those other kills happening across the map there, and I mean, you can see where they died. The one member of Rome out in the middle of the street there on the south, almost able to get across and behind the members of the defense. That could have been dangerous had they been successful in doing that.
This is a super important res, but it's still 2 versus 5 with no ground made, no intel, and no man has the shield.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and no man's bound the shield.
And intel. He's calling it out. I think he's been spotted them through the bushes.
Yeah, he's waiting for the aggressive. And affirmative callouts come out. It looks like the Rome guys are going to go ahead and take this opportunity to go back to their regularly scheduled programming of not going down lane 4 anymore.
I don't like the tension that Rome would be feeling right now. I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable watching this right now because I've been, anyone who's played this game at this level knows the horrid feeling you got right now that you've made no dent. You're 2 points down already. You're hoping for a comeback, but right now it's looking unlikely. I hate that feeling. I hate this feeling right now.
And what can make matters worse is they were already in second just because of Buchholz keeping them down. It throws out top and lowest score differences and things. But so technically Blaze were in the lead here. And now add to that, they had all these 5-0 rounds, or not 5-0, but 5-point rounds where they got some caps in there. And then now to just be kind of on the end of the rope. And like you said, fighting against the full squad. Man, I definitely do not envy the feeling that these guys must have. But maybe not. Maybe they're able to keep it all collected here, and we could see a big swing at the end of the map. But again,
one thing that adds to this pressure that they'll be feeling is that they won't have a kill count. Every single one of the players has died in a forward position where a report back was probably impossible. So they might hope that maybe they're only against 2 or 3 players. They probably don't realize exactly how stacked against them it is. Yeah. The worst part maybe is they don't seem to be coordinating between the two remaining players at all. They both seem to be islands of attack right now.
Yeah, and they've fallen back. It looks like they were expecting the dogs of Blaze to come on the hunt, but that's not really happened at all. I mean, Verds is the only one who's gotten even somewhat aggressive in chasing
he's gonna pick
down
up Big Mike in a second.
Yeah, it's too slow here.
One dead.
And there it goes. Verds does find Big Mike, and now it's an army of one as William Dunce has to go at it all by himself. He's just gonna go
do it,
for
William Dunce. Or not. Oof, Rome eliminated. Blaze rocking Suburbia right now.
They really are handling their business here on the map so far. I haven't really found anything to fault, and I don't know if that's because the rounds have been so short or what. But NightFiree, why don't you give us a breakdown on that last one? What do you think?
It's really just been the early advantages going into the favor of Blaze. Sure, rounds 1 and 2 were chaotic, but they just managed to get those kills early and then stay on top of it. Here, in particular, they get that shield on the corner, and, I mean, that's it for that push up through the playground. Noman's got the shield and the rifle. He can easily hold angles, radio, and any information, any crossing, and, it gives confidence to the rest of this team. So you saw Verds then push up through the center, relatively uncontested, finds shots onto the back of Man Bear Pig. Just a solid overall team-coordinated defense there, and Verds is doing real well today right now for Blaze. 7-1 on the day.
Yeah, Blaze commanding it right now. And I know these are the two potential favorites. Like I said, this isn't the end of the road. Whoever wins this doesn't necessarily they've won this, but Blaze looking real good to take it.
I think this is important to get right now, because if I'm not mistaken, Rome has a couple 5-point wins on the board. So to be able to, go up against that opponent and take this set 4-0 potentially would be absolutely devastating to the Rome's overall chances of coming out on top. And they're doing real good right now. We'll see how they go on the offense as we hop into our next round.
But, if Blaze get this 4-0, they might be able to go into the final round and still lose, but still win.
Yeah.
That's the interesting part of a Swiss ladder, is that you could still lose the win.
And the early shots coming out from Blaze, as it looks like they might take the chance for a little aggression here on the objective as they push their way quickly up lane 4. A lot of pre-fire going to come out towards the central lanes. The grenades coming over. Ooh, a nice denial on Molotov from Rome there to keep lane 3 kind of closed up. Silent Knight will get into it with Lucky and lose. Prefontaine will find William Dunce on the backside, however. Now
Meanwhile, Prefontaine, that continual rotation from him is going unopposed. He has a bit more confidence. He could clean up here.
Not sure he's lacking that confidence. He's making his way across. He's been unnoticed. He finds one. If he looks in the front yard, he'll find a second. Looks like he will see Gladiator, and he finally caps him off. Now it's a 1v2, though, and he has no idea. Manbear Pig rushes
Lucky
out.
made a great rotation round. Took the other players behind us. 1-on-1, and Lucky picks it up, putting 1 point on the map finally for Rome, but still so close. Blaze, a bullet away from taking it away.
Chaos unfolds with Blaze yet again. They've been good at instigating the chaos, and usually they come out on top. Prefontaine tacked on a couple kills to his KD there that last round on the back end, but it wasn't quite enough for Blaze to inch out on that W. Nice answer back from Rome, and I mean, what mental perseverance this takes from them. You're down 3-0, Blaze challenge you so heavily, they charge into your defense, they smoke out, you're losing teammates left and right, but then Lucky on the backside gets kills, scoops up, excuse me, it wasn't, yeah, it was Lucky on the backside finding some kills, and just shuts down that Blaze confidence through the smokes, through everything, finds that final pick, and a really nice hold there from Rome, but now the real task comes to the forefront. They have to win a Marsoc round. They have to keep winning. They have to win 4 uncontested rounds.
Or they get a cap.
Right, or they get a cap.
Really could change things up. I mean, it's not uncalled for, not unheard of. Rome are a very aggressive capping team.
Yes.
So that's
And
one
their
thing I will
cappers are
say.
fast.
Yes. If you give them that window, they will take it. Give them that opportunity, they'll be all over it.
Don't give it to them and they'll take it.
I don't think. Yeah, well, that's very true. That's very true. Again, Boss Fight played against Blaze twice this season. And there were times where you just see a Blaze player running through the middle of everything just with a tablet in his hand.
Yeah, yeah.
Just tablet in hand. No care in the world.
See a lot of remnants of my old Blaze day, or my old Dangler days in Rome right now, with the charging in mercilessly onto an objective, just with no cares in the world. But it works. I mean, and when it works, it works. You know, you get in there really quickly, you get the cap, and the match is over, and sometimes the defense doesn't even realize what's happening. But Blaze has been able to hold that off, fortunately for them so far. Now they're on the defense as Rome is starting to push their way up on this northeastern.
Good aggressive defense on the western side by Blaze, but the eastern side is practically undefended with only a solo player in the form of Silent Knight holding any of that eastern section of the map.
And that drone coming out is going to be bad news for Zero. He's more than likely going to have been spotted out by that. Oh, gosh.
Lucky inverts trading shots there.
Nopeman better be careful with that supported fire. He almost killed Zero.
It's interesting, Lucky got shot on the way past and decided to peek back at Verds. Lucky taken down, but not out. Verds not double tapping, or double tapping, but it didn't confirm it.
I made that mistake myself, though, of seeing a guy as I push through a lane and then thinking that I can run backwards quickly enough to peek it again to get the kill, and being like, oh yeah, you don't move as fast backwards.
Yeah.
Nope.
What's interesting to see here is we've got Manbear Pig on the east side with a shield, just looking for intel, but with no, I mean, Big Mike, I suppose, is on his inner side on the hedge. I really feel that Manbear Pig could do with a bit more backup here. Someone able to peek over his shoulder, or I don't know, quickly react to any intel he can give out.
Yeah, Gladiator's managed to put himself in a nice little hiding spot, pretty much unseeable, and you'd have to really land a grenade on him to get him down.
The east side of Blaze's defense still super open. Silent Knight's rotated round 0, picking up William Dunce. Verge picking up Lucky.
There's the confirmation shots from Zero onto William. Silent finds Manbear Pig across the other side of the map. And now it's a 2v5. Blaze is getting hungry. Now it's a 5v1.
Goodbye, Big Mike. Verge has found you. And it's over.
Just like that.
Loses. Blaze now taking map number 4, 4th map in a row. Blaze looking pretty dominant today, wouldn't you say, folks?
I mean, they're on they're on one today, that's for sure. They are playing very strong. And you know, it's interesting because I just don't think we saw this level of confidence and aggression combined out of Blaze in the regular season. And I wonder if that's maybe why they had a bit of a tougher time, at least in the start of their season. Certainly they've been climbing back and doing well enough to get that 8th rank, you know, overall. So they were almost in the round robin. Not terribly surprising to see them winning here in this group stage consistently, but they're looking a lot better than they have in the past. I do agree with you on that. They certainly are they're very much in sync and coordinated today.
Would you like to hear something interesting? Round 1, Blaze 4-1. Round 2, Blaze 4-0. Round 3, Blaze 4-1. Round 4, Blaze 4-1. That, I mean, if that doesn't say dominant,
Yeah.
I don't know what does.
Yep. Yeah, they have put it together quite well today, and I'm sure we'll have to see how they fare against their final opponent in round 5, but that is yet to come. I think we will take a brief pause as we try and set up, potentially diving into another round 4 matchup. So we may be back with the action very shortly, or at least a few minutes from now with round 5. Don't go anywhere. welcome back, everybody, to the VR Master League Season 9 Group A Challenger Cup Finals, quite frankly. This is the last match in the series. Very excited, looking forward to this match. Who do you think is going to come out on top? I'm joined by my co-casters, Sleepy with 2 3s and RadarHead without a wig this time.
Thank you. Yep. I'm going streamlined for this match. Thank you for noticing.
For aerodynamics and all purposes like that. Yeah, it's good. We're going to be watching the very final matchup between our top teams here so far in this tournament. We got Blaze going up against Mayhem. Both teams so far undefeated, yes?
Yes. No.
Yeah, I think
no,
so.
Mayhem lost to the reservists.
That's right.
So
Mayhem have
Blaze
lost
is the only
one.
remaining undefeated team in the group A. Well, you know, today. They're the only remaining undefeated team. Simple as that. Blaze, #1 for life.
Okay, interesting. I'm excited to see how these matches shake up today. Absolutely. It is essentially the decider, right? I mean, is there a chance, Sleepy, that Mayhem can come out on top of Group A if they win this map?
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but it is going to take a pretty big blowout.
Yeah.
I think we were talking it over between the rounds, and in order for them to really come out on top, I think it would take something like a 4-1, 4-0, 5-0 victory here on this map. So it would be tough to do, but can be done.
I mean, I'd like to say if anyone could do it, Mayhem could do it, right? I mean, they're a strong team, especially on this map. Then again, so Blaze. And Blaze have been winning all of their games, whereas Mayhem dropped one. So I don't know. I think we're in for a treat no matter what happens. I think Blaze are gonna have to, like you said, they're gonna have to lose pretty hard to lose.
Yeah, and while I do think that Mayhem can definitely win this one in a typical environment where the score of one match might not affect as much, but I think in this, even if they do manage to come out on top, I don't think that they're going to be able to get that commanding win. They are very strong on this map. I played through on a few scrims with them when I was still a reservist there at the beginning of this season, and they are very coordinated and play very intelligently, but, you know, it's not going to be easy against a team like Blaze who's familiar with the map and ready for a lot of the approach angles that Mayhem are more than likely going to, eventually deploy.
You see a little early aggression out of the Mayhem squad. Wookie and Monarch getting up here into this bazaar pretty quickly, and now just kind of lingering and holding, making sure that Blaze hasn't put anyone up into Kayat, making sure Blaze hasn't pushed anyone out into this Fountain Bazaar area. And I guess they're maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure because the pace is definitely slower here, or it's just Mayhem's style, right? We were so used to Blaze charging in, going for those kills early, throwing caution to the wind and succeeding. But here we do have a bit of a slower paced round 1 on Bazaar. Curious to see if Prefontaine's position will come to fruition over here on the north. They do end up pushing one down this north lane. A couple of other interesting little setups that we can take a look at. Cryocells tucked himself into a little corner. He'll be waiting for audio cues to either peek up through the window or snag anybody dropping off that 2-floor stairwell. Batman tucked in. This Blaze defense very patiently waiting for Mayhem to push the objective.
Yeah, and then you've got on the opposite side, you've got Monarchid now helping out the Wookie push through the marketplace. He's now made it safely across to the east, but with Prefontaine's position being completely unknown at this point and him not having made any noise, he'll be in a good position to ambush them from the rear if he happens to let them go by and be patient enough. But for now, things still quiet as Mayhem, I think, jockeys their people into positions ready for their assault.
So quietly inching in here, Mayhem probably aware of what's at stake right now. This is your last shot at trying to climb up and get that Group A Challenger Cup win. And then you still have a decent amount of work ahead of you, right? You have to win out against the Group B winner. Then you go into this 8th position. Prefontaine's north position does come to fruition, and he gets Wookie.
James Boak, unfortunately, on the opposite side of the map in the west, tosses the smoke and it bounces back behind him, essentially giving away his position. Now he's fighting off the defense, and a nade comes over the wall. It's not going to be close enough.
That's 2.
Monarch could find Cryocell. Technic picks up Prefontaine, and James Boak picks up Batman, and all of a sudden Blaze's defense is seriously on the back foot as Mayhem is within striking distance of the objective.
They don't have great objective coverage, honestly. Zero is here watching the cross. Now they have no comms coming in from their dead teammates. Silent is on the backside waiting for that push from the south. They have easy access to objective from the north right now.
They sure do, and it looks like maybe they're going to take it here soon. I mean, Zero can kind of see towards the north, but as he pops out to try and find that frag, he gets fragged himself, and Silent Knight will find one down in the south onto James Boak. Now he's rotating like a madman back to the objective, but will it be enough? Will he be able to cover it? If not, it's going to be a simple loss round here, and while Blaze definitely don't want that at all, you know, they can't get capped on either. And there it is. Monarch Kid finds the kill on the Silent Knight, and Mayhem find a Marsoc win here on their last and final chance to come out on top in today's wild card.
I mean, if you're going to put the plays in that matter, now is the time to do it, and Mayhem just brought it to the game. They just brought it to the game. Blaze having won each one of the maps 4-1, 4-0, 4-1, 4-0. Suddenly, the 1-0 down straight out of the gate and commandingly from Mayhem. Now, what I will say is that, you know, 3 minutes before first contact, Mayhem were pushing their guys into position slowly. Blaze had quite a spread out defensive line, which could have worked for them, but in this case didn't. What I will say also is that Mayhem possibly didn't have a decent kill count, because the objective was arguably quite wide open, especially since that final Blaze defender, Silent Knight, was engaging someone in the north, meant that he was not watching the objective, which this means the objective is wide open for a cap. So I'm guessing Mayhem didn't have a complete understanding of how many defenders were left.
Do you feel like they should have pushed in for a cap then? On that?
I mean, it was wide open to 2 of their players. All they did was run across the road. It was an open cap, an open easy cap.
Sure.
And I have to say that if they knew that was the final guy, I don't think we would have seen that kind of aggression coming out from the north player, and I think we would have seen the other 2 remaining players running across the street for a cap. And it's just not what we saw. But regardless, Mayhem bringing it to this final of sorts.
They sure did.
What are your thoughts, Natty?
I don't know. It's such a strong start for Mayhem. That was a Marsoc win on Bazaar. You know, they took away the one advantage Blaze have going into this series, in that they are the home team and they can pick their side. They've essentially nullified that with that first round, and now we go into round 2. They're on the defensive. All they have to do is essentially trade Volk rounds, and they can come out on top. Granted, it might not be enough there, so they really have to try and probably 4-0 Blaze right now to make it a close opportunity at or to challenge first, but even then it's a question mark. So we'll see what Mayhem can do as we get to round 2 and they're on the defense.
Blaze gonna start out the round fairly quickly, charging down the center street as many teams will do off this eastern spawn. 2 will break left into the blue hallway there towards the south. Batman will keep himself appraised here in the center as he tries to find any aggressive push out from the defenders. Nothing too substantial aggression-wise from the defense here. Best sense of that you could probably see would be Monarch Kid, and he's a little bit behind the pace of the offense. In fact, he's kind of already wrapped in behind them, so if he manages to find Cryo, he'll be the most rear point of the Blaze offense.
I think Batman's just ahead of schedule, because it does look like a south rotation has been in the works for the good majority of this round, and he does actually get Monarch rotating out there. So that early forward position, clearly Monarch trying to rotate off of information that there is a couple south, and that ends up biting him in the butt. But look at this south approach. 3 different angles being covered by all 3 players. They are nicely crossing up where any attackers could come in, and then clearing that out and pushing forward. Prefontaine does take some shots, but goes unscathed just barely.
Meanwhile, you've got Zero, who's kind of in this nebulous middle push that's going on between him and I believe that was Cryocell or Batman early in the round who got that initial kill. So I feel like the South are going to be trying, that the Southwest push is going to be trying to get those picks into these cross street rooms that have that sight line, like such as where James Spoke is. And then Zero can make his way across really quickly because Zero's their fast capper. And right now, here he goes. He's popping smokes. He's getting ready to go off.
Watch this.
And all it's going to take is some serious suppressive fire from his team to be able to get him into a position that could lead to a cap here, and Blaze coming back to take the lead.
This is the push coming in from Blaze. The smokes are out. The wall is thick. They're going to try and make their entry now. A botched nade. You can see getting caught up in the rafters up there from Tech. Doesn't end up securing anything. Tech still tucked in back there. Zero's on objective.
He's on objective. Pads out. He's got teammates coming across to help support. James Focus is going to be focused. Batman takes down Potato Bot. James saves the cap, but another one's coming now in the form of Silent Knight, who's also got Tablet out. One member of Mayhem left. He's too far off. Two members of Blaze are capping, and that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Blaze will get to cap and take the lead back away from Mayhem as they push it 2-1 on Bazaar.
Cryo got that cap. That's all I have to say. CryoCell got that cap.
Wow. So there we go. One thing I noted straight off the bat was Mayhem's defensive lineup was so incoherent. Like, players just haphazardly, it felt like, placed across the map. Not great sight lines, no intel on the intensity of the push that was coming from the south. They didn't seem to rotate to it, so I have to assume they didn't realize how bad a situation they were currently in. And then the actual rotations back to stop the caps. Now those were slow, I would say slow caps. Cryo's cap was quite quick, but the other two people capping was slow caps, so they gave the opportunity for the defenders to get back. But if there had been a quick cap, that first cap opportunity would have been over straight away. As it happened, they were given such a wide open open opportunity to cap that was a slow cap, and then a second guy running into cap. So you had two people capping at once with no one covering them, quite happily taking all the time in the world because the defense just wasn't there. They just left a giant hole in the defense, and there was no rotations.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the overhead too, despite how heavily stacked the Blaze push south was, everyone died up north. You know, there wasn't a lot of rotating from that north defensive positioning down into the south in time, and ultimately you see a little bit of a scramble there, you know, to your point, with Mayhem just kind of not necessarily synced up, and just like that, the 1 point lead that they come out so strong gets shut down. Now Blaze up 2-0, they take back their Volk advantage. I mean, they're looking to pad on to a 3-1 lead here.
That psychological effect that will be like they'll be hanging over Mayhem right now that they just dropped a cap and they have to understand how important this match is. I don't know. Will we see them rebound from this? I don't know if I would be in the right mental state right now.
Because now
the Mayhem guys are pretty level-headed, I'd say. I don't think they tilt too easily, so I can't say that they'd be defeated by any means. Yeah, maybe a little deflated, but I don't think they're gonna give up. I think they know that they've still got a chance to come back. Well, you know, maybe they won't be able to win it still, but
right.
They'll put enough points on the board to where it'll be interesting, and it'll have to come down to some type of a tiebreaker scenario if they did win the map. So, you know, there's something to be said about someone who would do that as well. James Boak gonna pick up Prefontaine early in a trade. Monarchid finding Silent Knight with a long peek through the Bazaar as well. Wow.
I got one at North Wall.
Long range shot
way
there.
More prepared for this objective.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. 4-2 right now. They gotta think cap. You have to be thinking cap right now.
You would have to, yeah. I mean, you would want to put points back on the board, and since you know, or should know, you have a pretty serious man advantage here on the board. You know, yeah, you've got to be thinking that, and not to mention the fact that Zero's kind of stuck. He doesn't know that he's free to cross, but basically when you go over to the east, you kind of put yourself in this position of, if I move, I die, because I know I have to cross this big open street, and right now he's still gonna die because you've got Wookie who's set up over there in the east, and he does find the headshot onto Zero, and things are looking grim here for Blaze as we only tick into the 4th minute here just a few seconds ago, and now smokes are down. What is CryoCell to do? How is he going to defend this? The cap will be coming. They will be attempting it.
If they walk one down with smokes through that lane, they easily can cap. I think we're getting Wookie rotating around from the backside of Cryo, and now Cryo charging in off of these smokes just to guarantee No one is actually punching in that code. Shots do come in and tag Cryo once or twice. And Technic's in a position to cap. Potato's drawn Cryo off of the objective. He's drawn his eyes away. Cryo just desperately trying to deny that cap from getting punched in. Putting shots out in through the smokes. Technic has his back here. Pads out. He could sneak up right behind him and cap, and I think that's what he's trying to do. Mayhem very clearly not trying to kill Cryo here. Well, as I say that.
And there it is. PotatoBot finding the kill on the Cryo and ending that opportunity for Technic. Could you imagine if Technic would have walked up and like touched Cryo's butt with his tablet and capped like literally touching him? Could you imagine having to watch that clip back later?
Unbelievable. Round 3, early aggressions from Mayhem there, showing what they're capable of. Getting those 3 early picks before 30 seconds had even passed. They had 3 of the enemies. All of Blaze's northern defense was wiped out. And what's really interesting is we didn't see any rotations from the remaining Blaze defenders. They just held the ground. Obviously from Blue Room you can still give pretty good defense, but Cryo then not rotating when he probably should have. But what I have to ask is the same thing I asked in round 1 when Mayhem won it, was did they have any idea of the kill count? Because they didn't act like it. They didn't act like they knew there was 1 player left. They didn't act like they knew there was only 2 players left. They still seemed to be playing like they were playing against a full 5-man team. Far too held back, not enough confidence, not going for that cap when the cap was wide open. And what also let them down there, we saw at the end, was the Technic was going in for the cap.
Yeah.
And the rest of his team had no idea. And you actually heard the surprise in his teammate's voice, like, why didn't you say anything? You were going in for the cap. I think he must have been very close to getting it off, because I mean there was just a lot of frustration from his teammates that they had no idea he was capped.
A bit of an awkward finale to that round. I you know, just sprinting around in the smokes, dumping out LMG fire, hoping not to allow a cap from being entered. And yeah, I mean, to your point, they had 4 in objective courtyard. 4. They could have played around with Cryo Cell. They could have wasted his ammo at that point, you know, and tried to put in the code. So
again, just brings me back to that. Did they had any idea of the kill count? It just didn't feel like it at all. Like, and potentially maybe there was an early trade, which maybe let them believe they were against 2 defenders, but still, they needed more confidence on those caps. They needed a bit more roam in their blood, if you ask me.
See if they get any Blaze in their blood this time as they go in the defense. Really spawn here for Blaze as well, and they're going to be applying the pressure pretty quick. Zero already up in the Kaya.
He's not really checking that window, which can say isn't necessarily dumb, because a lot of people check that window pretty quickly nowadays, considering the speeds that people are approaching this particular objective. Got Technic taking shots out in the north onto what looks to be Prefontaine. Yeah, Prefontaine.
This could have just been for show, though. Suppressive fire that gets put out there. Smokes are out already. Look at this. Silent and Cryo on objective. James picks up Silent. Cryo is now moving his way in through the backside. How does he get back behind this defense? Picks up Wookie. Is anyone else going to peek this?
No, because they're worried about losing it, it looks like. Cryo's now going to reposition himself into a defensive position. Monarchid and Zero are going to trade. Potato will finish off Zero and get the res onto Monarchid. Cryo is just laid up nice here inside the objective, though.
His own smoke actually denying him vision. And I think he does see Monarch there.
See Monarchid, yeah. And here comes James from around behind him. I think he's going to focus on that first. Yeah, there he goes. He pops in. Will anyone take a look for him? He's going to find Monarchid, too. Cryocell is on a freaking roll here after being taunted in the last round. No shots finishing him off. Now he does as he gives a call out. It's just PotatoBot and Technic now versus Batman and Prefontaine. Things got really intense here, but I loved what Cryocell was able to do there. It's pretty impressive being able to sit behind the enemy's lines like that for so long.
We don't really see a lot of teams, or players, I should say, play around the smoke like that. And it can be done, obviously. Cryo using that smoke to move in and out of different positions, scoop up a couple of defenders, and he deployed that smoke with that exact intention. That's exactly what he wanted to do with it. Deny vision into that blue room, and then take control of it, and it pays off. And now Batman, pretty pushed up, should be waiting for Prefontaine to support him. I'm not sure what Prefontaine's doing on the backside.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself. I'm not quite sure what Prefontaine's holdup is here. Maybe he's hoping that Potato Bot will like rotate around to the other part of that building and he'll be able to see him through the window and get a pick without having to get in nitty gritty. But I don't think that's going to be the approach.
Push north, push north.
He said he's pushing north.
Ooh, no, he said he's shooting you in the face. Technic trying to repeat Cryo or Batman's callouts to Prefontaine, but not going to be very effective. Potato Bot now going to engage, and Batman's going to go down.
Is Resible though, and Prefontaine should be able to get here in time before Potato puts out any confirm shots.
He's not even going for the confirm shots. He's not taking the risk. And now it's a 2v1 here as we creep down just under 3 minutes. Potato Bot now the sole defender on the objective, and he has got to just, well, he's got to do what he can to defend. There comes the smoke. Potato Bot's on the charge. He's going to go around the backside instead.
I don't know if they heard that off of the grenade audio bouncing in and the smoke deploying. I don't think they heard Potato rotating. But he goes right back to objective, so he's back there where they would be expecting him.
Got time. They've sent Prefontaine over east, which is smart because it'll at least give him a different angle in. Potato Bot is running around like a madman now. Prefontaine's going to see him. Batman will see him as well. They'll team up on him, and Blaze will take the round and put things 3-2 here on Bazaar. I almost said quarantine.
Wow, what another amazing round on Bazaar. Great early aggression out of the gate by Blaze. Batman and Prefontaine, though, out of sync with the rest of the team. You had Cryocell crushing it, running around, getting all those picks. Meanwhile, Batman and Prefontaine nowhere near any of the action for most of the game. If you look at the deaths from Marsok, you can see that 3 of the players died all within about 2 to 3 meters of the objective. Meanwhile, the teammates were on the other side of the market, like literally on the other side of the market while all this was occurring. So, a bit of a desync there. I mean, they still won the round. Potato Bot making a questionable lack of double tap, then returning back to the position where he got the initial tap from. Probably not a great move. Obviously, he rotated out again, but I was unfortunate there for Potato that he didn't get the double tap. And also, when he was looking through the window, he missed getting that follow-up kill by about half a second. Overall, great attack from Blaze. They're 1 point away from taking us all away. Mayhem, though, at least this time, showed good rotations. They had good rotations back to defense, made sure another cap didn't happen, and they didn't feel like they were leaving giant holes in the defense this time.
You got to be feeling good if you're Blaze right now. You've essentially secured yourself the Group A win. You know, there's no chance, even if Mayhem beats you, that the points-wise they can take it from Blaze. So a lot of confidence probably getting infused into the Blaze playstyle. I wonder if we'll see just an all-out aggressive defense here on this Coyote objective that we're going to be coming up on for our next round. Or if they'll still play reserves, tuck in, hold on to the objective, defend it accordingly, and grab themselves a 4th point. Either way, Mayhem definitely on the back foot. Going on the offense for round number 4. There's a cap, right?
You hear shots in the east, that's them. Yep.
Silent doing a great job of leading the Blaze team, laying out all of the potentials of where they got to watch, what they got to hold, and it does look like they're going to stick with a standard defensive layout, although we are getting some early engagements here with Wookie putting shots out on the east. Look at how fast they're pushing this east side. Monarch finding Batman.
Yeah, I mean, he just managed to find that secondary angle onto him. Wookie, really risky to just keep running down the street. That could have been an easy pick for Batman to pick up had Monarch had not been there when he was. So really kind of a risky and bold move to play, but Prefontaine's actually watching the exit of that garage, so they're going to have to be, Mayhem's going to need to stay careful as they try and exit.
Oh, Wookie winning the trade, does get hit once. Puts in the syringe, heals himself up, gets the confirm onto Prefontaine. Mayhem into a 5v3 right now.
Yeah, it's not looking good, and this is not what you want. You do not want to be short on defenders on an objective that is very capable against a team who just needs 2 points to take the map away.
Corner near the stone.
Action on the other side of the map, on the west side, as Cryo looks for a double but can't get it. Potato scoops him up. Wookie and Silent challenge each other on the north of objective. Monarch in a position to push in. This is a 4v2. Mayhem could take the map if they go in for a cap here.
Yeah, they sure could, NightFiree. And Zero is out here in the bazaar. He's got that kind of reverse back watch onto the objective, so they can't just kind of sneak in undetected. But he's gonna have to be careful now that Cryo's dead. Monarch and Silent are gonna trade. Looks like Silent will be the short end of the stick there, and it's all up to Zero here defending the objective against a 4-man Mayhem push. All they need to do is just get one defender by him, and that could be a cap. And here we are, 4 minutes still left to work with, and I can assume nothing but smokes will be coming in now onto that objective. And I'm right, here they come from all different sides, all different shades and colors. Zero's gonna push his way in. He's gonna make him work for it. Monarchid's already inside with his tablet
Capping.
out. It's a cap. It's over. This is gonna be Mayhem's map to win. No! Technic is gonna steal it away from his team and the kill onto Zero and take us tied up 3-3 into the final round. But I will say he's made it difficult on Blaze, as they're going to have to convert on Marsoc for the win.
So here's the thing for me. I'm starting to sound like a broken record. Again, I mean, they had to be aware of the kill count, or maybe they weren't. They would, again, there was no aggression there for the cap. You know, they had commanding control of every aspect of the cap area, and yet they waited for smokes, rather than just charging someone upstairs to get a cap. Rather than just charging in for the cap, they stayed back, slowly went in for the cap. They start capping. It's not a fast cap, unfortunately. And then there's the guy with the itchy trigger finger kills the last guy. I mean, if they didn't know it was the last guy, fair enough. But if they did know it was the last guy, and you know you've got 4 guys out, I can't understand. Where is the control? Was it nerves? I don't know.
Yeah, that's very true. It could have been, you know, maybe. I just such an odd choice there, because yeah, you die. If you're the attacking team and you see an enemy right there, your gun's down. You know, everyone's gun should have been down. No one should have even had their gun up at that point. They should have all been pat out, honestly, trying to cap. And that's what we saw with Blaze. They went in for the cap. They had 3 guys get up there to cap, and it took the 3rd one to secure it. So clearly you can't rely on just one person to get in there. If you have the option of investing 3 or 4, it just increases your odds of getting it faster, or having the one person die and then, you know, you're still punching in the code.
I mean, it was the second Mayhem round, Marsoc in a row where you heard frustration in the team, and the last guy was killed. And you know, the second round in a row where you heard the frustration that they killed the last guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's unfortunate for Mayhem. Let's see if they can hold on to this, bring it back 4-3, take it home with a health held high, even if they don't qualify into the playoff between Group A and Group B.
Yeah, well, here we are at round number 6. Yes, I'm doing my math right. We did have a cap, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, Mayhem haven't had one, though, because as RadarHead has said, they've been a little too itchy on the trigger finger, which I'm going to personally chalk up to stress. I mean, they know what's on the line here with this particular map. They needed to win it, and honestly needed to win it quite handsomely, which they haven't been able to do, but they have definitely been keeping Blaze on their toes, who are now forced to have to convert on Marsoc, which isn't always a guarantee, isn't always easy to do, but they're going to try and help aid themselves with a bit of heavy smoke onto the Kiat.
A thick blanket of smokes and pre-fire is underway. Monarchid picks up 2 through that smoke and pre-fire, and just like that, shutting down Blaze's entry through the smokes onto objective.
Silent Knight's going to make his way up on the opposite side. No smoke to be seen, but I think Technic spots him out. Oh, here comes the push. Will Technic still be watching? No, he's going to be watching in a different direction. Maybe he's already predicting the east push that Silent's been taking. He's coming around now. Potato Bot's going to be watching for it, but Silent finds the kill. Blaze going to have to do a little bit more. They need to even this imbalance out. Just one more player to at least make things a little bit equal. Here's Silent Knight and James Boak. There's a window fight coming, and the radar is there. There's the frag out right behind Silent, and that's going to be an insta-kill.
Pretty standard nade toss there, and surprised Silent wasn't too wary of it. That nade gets nicely cooked and dumped right on top of him. Picks him up immediately, and now it's down to Batman and Prefontaine into a 4v2. Secure this final map. Lots of pressure on these two as they try and get in here. We'll see what they're able to do. Prefontaine missing shots on a Monarch. Does allow him to tuck back in.
But he keeps getting positional information on these members of Mayhem. He's called out everyone he's seen to Batman so far, and Batman is going to be able to find Technic, who gave Silent a little bit of trouble earlier, which will help balance things back out again. It's a 2v3, 3 minutes, 40 seconds left as Batman finds another onto James Boak. The res will be there, however, so I would expect Mayhem to rotate for that.
I'm rotating back, Pre.
Batman getting caught up in this room, can't find the exit.
And now we got Prefontaine and Monarch just meters apart from one another. Oh, and that's going to help. Prefontaine should be jumping the corner here. Is Monarch going to be ready? And no, Prefontaine going to put a few right in his nostril as he peeks the corner. Wookie gets James up, and now they're firing onto Batman, who's made his way south just by the Humvee.
Pretty important pickup there. Evens the odds now because they would have been down 1v2. But they are able to get that. I mean, it's such a difference in defense just between having one person and two people. With two, you have so many more options on how you can hold, how you can defend, how you can set up. And when you're all alone, you have to panic defense, which they don't necessarily have to do right now.
Batman definitely spotting out that up top defender, and Prefontaine will find James Boak. That's it. It's a 2v1, 2.5 minutes. Blaze still with plenty of time to work with here. Batman looks like he's going to initiate crawl plan 6-7 as he attempts to make his way into the main Bazaar Marketplace. Little fire going to be found. Wookie will find Batman, but Prefontaine still an unknown to Wookie. He has no clue where he is.
What a great series to end on. This is a fantastic match that's come down to the final round, and we're into a 1v1. Wookie panicking on the defense. Does he know that there's only one more attacker alive, and it's him versus Prefontaine? It seems like it as he applies the pressure here. Shots miss on Prefontaine. He comes up onto the stairs, doesn't find the shots or the angle. Prefontaine's pushing and applying pressure. Wookie's rotating around. These two are doing a little bit of a merry-go-round. Wookie's going to jump up, pops up through the stairs, and finds the backside. A fantastic move.
Oh, what a fantastic 1 versus 1 to finish it off on. That was so fun to watch. Wow. So, there we have it. Mayhem taking the map. They hard fought. They lost the cap early on, but managed to hold on, taking every single Marsoc round thrown at them and holding that final defense to take the map against Blaze. And we'll find out see if Blaze has taken the day or not. They almost definitely have. But Mayhem's defense there, initially fantastic. Smooth smokes out from Blaze, but Mayhem's defense holding, but then Blaze showing they aren't going to break under the pressure, going from a 4-2 to a 1 versus 2, but then of course Mayhem's that final one, Wookie holding the line, making the likes of Chewbacca and everyone on Kashyyyk super proud of him, bringing it home for Mayhem.
Absolutely. I mean, we couldn't have asked kind of for a better kind of first and second finisher here. Last map, last round, last person on both teams, close to the last minute of the round. I mean, you can't write scripts better than that unless it's a freaking trade on a 1-second play, and it's completely up to the computer who goes home and who doesn't.
I mean, we noted that most of the rounds, most of the game wins have been 4-0s, 4-1s, 4-2s, like lockouts. Other than the reservists versus Mayhem, again Mayhem noted here that Mayhem and Blaze, that's the best way you can ask to finish it. And Mayhem and Blaze both bringing it to this map. I had no idea who was going to win all the way to the end. Mayhem's offensive style on this map really playing out. The defense was not quite as strong, but I mean, I fear facing Mayhem on this map in the future. Their attacks were always on point. The only thing that was missing was the caps.
Home 4-1 Peepers. I don't know what the score is going to look like here at the end. I think Blaze are our champions for Group A, but don't know if we can decide that just yet. And I do think we should just kind of hang out here and wait for the score lines to come in before we sign off, because I'd love to see who our ultimately decided champion is of Cup A. There are some other matches going on, I think, still on Master League 2 and 3 if you want to pop over there, but I could be wrong. Those
No,
matches...
I think we're wrapped on the other two channels tonight.
Okay.
I was just gonna say we might actually go ahead and bring the other folks in, and we can discuss some of the other games that were happening in these last few rounds, and maybe wrap and kill some time while the other teams finish up their games.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea. We can pull in the other casters from their other rounds, try and have them drop in here and give us their input on what they've seen today. We'll get everyone's thoughts, and then that should be enough time for us to figure out who is coming out on top of this Challenger Cup A. And I guess I'll start with the folks that are in here right now. Radar, you know, if you're going to have to take a look at the whole day and give me your thoughts, what's your takeaway from the Cup A today on Saturday?
All right, two things. One, OJC, fantastic. I'm really glad. I mean, they obviously they haven't won the day, but they've done an initial fantastic, strong showing what they're going to be capable of next season, and I'm super psyched to see what they're capable of as they mature, as they get more games under the belt, as they learn the maps and the meta. Obviously, the reservists were super fun to watch because they were the true wild cards within a wild card tournament. But obviously, Blaze, even though they lost this final map, I feel like Blaze were the team today. Like they were the strongest showing on every map they showed up to, apart from this. And even on this map that they lost overall, they still brought one hell of a game. And it went to a 1 versus 1, which was just ridiculous to watch.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
Sleepy, what are your thoughts on the overall day today?
I couldn't be happier. I mean, I was, a bit absent towards the start and mid part of the season and didn't get to cover or watch as many of the games as I wanted to. But, just seeing how much, the rankings of the top 15 teams just shakes up, and how the win percentages and win ratios on maps is starting to level out between those teams, and how it's become less of a one-sided thing for people on specific maps. It's been really nice, and the competition just keeps heating up season after season, even though we worry that, things are going to get stagnant and stale and people will start to lose interest. Teams just keep bringing new strategies, new teams keep popping up, whether they be veteran players or new players to the league, and they rise, make their own rise, or, put it together and build it in a shop. That's the one thing I've really loved and enjoyed about the VR Master League, and it's continued to ring true, and it rings true in the other games as well. Echo Arena, Contractors, Pavlov, all those other games. Very passionate communities here to support each other and to just have some fun playing some competitive VR esports, and that's what really matters more than anything. So I'm just happy that we've had such awesome games. I mean, yes, a lot of the score lines show blowouts, but we got a hell of a barn burner for that last finals there. And I think even with those barn-burning score lines, things really were a lot closer than they appeared in a lot of cases.
Moving down the line onto Triple Nipple, what are your thoughts overall on today's Group A stage?
There was a lot of good games. I mean,
Yep.
I had fun watching every single round. Like Sleepy said, OJC putting in work. I mean, we just casted them on the final one, and even though they lost to the reservists 4-1, it was very good, and it was fun to watch them play. And I think that they'll be really high up next season. I think they're definitely going to be a team to watch.
Yeah, just some really exciting performances out of a couple of new squads, and I think some of these teams are going to be formed and playing in next season. Insurgents is one of those teams, I believe, that we'll see next season, along with OJC. Maybe the reservists will band together for a season of Onward. Who knows, really? But either way, it's certainly an exciting set of matches. And I'm gonna keep moving down the line onto Todd Habercorn. Todd, how did you feel about today's group stages?
I think TFH is a step away for a moment. We were just finishing up our cast.
Okay, well, I'll ask you then, Control. How did you feel about today?
Well, I mean, I'm just so thrilled that all of my predictions, of course, came true with whoever won first. I'm sure I was correct. I mean, no, I'm kidding. It was good. It was so much fun to see the teams, and I don't know, it was bewildering because we had new teams that just formed. On one hand, we have teams of good players who were, just having fun, and then we have this other team of reservists who, they talk a good game. You don't know if they're gonna play serious or not. And man, they played so well, as you know them as individual players. So who knows if maybe they'll make a team or not. But that definitely threw a wrench in today's matchups as far as all the games went. I mean, we saw some what was it, like caps that took forever, and then some that went fast. I mean, and then of course most exciting one was OJC and Blaze. That was just like I'm still shouting from that one. That was just so much fun to watch. So welcome to OJC, of course, too. So yeah, all these new teams doing well.
It is a good time to be in the VR Master League, that is for sure. Moving down the line, we'll head on over to Xandria. Xandria, what did you think of today?
So overall, I think we had a pretty impressive showing from a lot of the teams. You know, one of my predictions early on was that OJC had potential, and they certainly showed that as they finished third. Or I'm sorry, I messed that one up. It was TRT that they would have a good showing, and they finished second. And you know, other than that, it was a lot of really interesting plays. We saw some, you know, the good and the bad with a lot of the capping, and yeah, that's about it.
Certainly a good couple of games today, and you know, some really quick, because we do have. I want to get to the announcing the champion. Viper, what are your thoughts?
I think Blaze earned it. Like, I really got to say, I was blown away with them. They, you know what, they delivered on the same performance they brought last year. Very solid all around. And you know what, just watching Wookie, I mean, that guy trains hard. His air bursting frags on Suburbia, his play at the end there, his clutch play on that key out objective at the end of Bazaar there was so insanely cool to see a defender just take it to the attacker, you know, and it just bring it home. It was just fantastic to watch. Really exciting gameplay.
And Todd, round it out for us. Your thoughts on the day, real quick. All right.
Oh, just a really good, just overall play. It's really cool to be able to see all these different teams match up with each other and kind of see how things went. And, you know, on maps that are so condensed like these, we don't have that 3-map bracket anymore to worry about. So it all the action just gets condensed in one place, and there's really no other place in the wildcard to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Some fantastic matches. We do have the official scoreline coming in. Blaze is crowned our Season 9 Challenger Cup A champion. They will be going on to face the winner of tomorrow's matches, which brings me to tomorrow. Make sure you drop in, same time, 9:30 Pacific Standard is going to be the beginning of our pre-show, and then we will be diving right into Group B, which has an equal number of teams. 15 teams registered for Group B, and there's an equal amount of diversity over there. We'll obviously cover it in the pre-show when we get to it, and I think that's going to be it for us here on Master League 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It has been an absolutely thrilling day of Onward, and I cannot wait to see how Group B shakes up tomorrow. So make sure to tune in 9:30 Pacific Standard for the pre-show, and we'll be hopping into that action. A quick shout out to all of our sponsors: Rebuff Reality, ProTube VR, Fixed Gaming, and VR Cover. We do always appreciate the support that these our sponsors do provide to our players, so they can get a little extra prize action out of winning. It's more than just prestige these days, which is always exciting to be able to offer more and more prizes to our champions. We will be signing off. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. My co-casters, Xandria, Todd Habercorn, Sleepy with 2 3s, Triple Nipples, ctrl-flirt-del, Lonely Viper, and RadarHead without a wig. We will see all of you guys tomorrow for Group B. Don't miss it. Thanks for tuning in.